Chapter 1841. Chu chuckled. The world's #1 master is just a joke. Who's truly invincible? Your Majesty, it's better if you don't bring it up again. He turned to glance at Sun Mingyue and smiled. I didn't expect Bishop Sun to be here too. Sun Mingyue said coldly, Chu, you shouldn't have gotten involved. The country's affairs are more important. Don't blame me. I'll make it up to you when I get to the Grand Master. Her voice rang in Chuli's mind. Hurry up and leave. Their supreme diamond supreme scripture could communicate telepathically. Chu said, There's no hurry. They're going to use the God restraining seal. You can't stop them. Sun Mingyue said anxiously. Chu scoffed. I'd like to see it for myself. You! Sun Mingyue could not help but panic. Chu said, You're really righteous. You're indeed a leader. I won't blame you. If I kill you, don't blame me. Of course. Sun Mingyue's clear eyes flashed coldly. She scoffed. Let's see who's capable. She knew Chuli's temperament. There was no point in trying to persuade him. Everyone smiled as they watched. Chu and Sun Mingyue's friendship was well known. Outsiders might not know, but it was widely known among the enlightened masters. When the two were in the Grand Master's boundary, they could work together to deal with enlightened masters. Now that they were enlightened masters, they would be even more terrifying if they worked together. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Now that they were separated, each serving their own masters, he could not help but lament. The world was unpredictable. Even as enlightened masters, they had no choice. Let's do it. The woman in white beside Sun Mingyue scoffed. Her white robe could not hide her graceful figure. Her eyes were bright, and it was obvious that she was still young and beautiful. Her voice was crisp and sweet. Chu knew that she was Sun Mingyue's master, Jing Miaoyun. She was not young. The 8 celestial beings' bodies lit up at the same time. They opened their mouths and silently chanted. Chu knew what they were doing. They were worshipping heaven. Bam! The 8 of them chanted quickly. They finished in the blink of an eye. Then, their bodies lit up again and dimmed. 8 rays of light gathered in the sky and shot up. Then, a ray of light descended from the sky and hit Chu in an instant. Chu had already sensed danger when they were chanting. He wanted to move but realized that the void around him had been locked, so he could not move away. When the light shone, he had already moved 10 meters away with his light body technique. The omniscient mirror enveloped his surroundings. He had sensed it in advance as soon as the light fell, and with this sense, he had moved in advance. Unfortunately, this streak of light also turned. Although he moved 10 meters away, it instantly caught up with him. Its speed was too fast. This time, Chu could not dodge it in time and took the hit head-on. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, but his figure did not retreat. His expression changed slightly as a strange force seeped into his body and immediately cut off his connection with the sky beyond heaven. It was no different from sealing his cultivation. This move was similar to the divine punishment that the sky beyond heaven had sent down. However, he was not flustered at all. He circulated the Supreme Vajra Sutra, and it wouldn't take long for him to break through. His cultivation has already been crippled, hurry up and do it. A middle-aged man hissed. The bodies of the 8 devas were dim, like candles that had been burned out and could be extinguished at any time. It was obvious that this God-forbidding seal had come at a great cost, and they would not be able to recover in a short time. Chu's enlightened master field also dissipated in an instant, as if he had been forcefully thinned out. All of them knew that the God-forbidding seal had taken effect. Chu no longer had the power of an enlightened master, and his connection with the sky beyond heaven had been cut off. Although these devas and enlightened masters knew that Chu had been hunted by the sky beyond order, they did not know that Chu had been punished by the divine punishment and sealed as an enlightened master. In the end, he broke the seal and became a true enlightened master. When they saw that the God-forbidding seal had taken effect, they were confident that they would be able to kill Chu Li today. Without the power of an enlightened master, Chu Li would not be able to escape the encirclement of the 4 enlightened masters, no matter how strong he was. They secretly thought that if the 4 enlightened masters could not kill a grandmaster whose enlightened master's cultivation had been sealed, then they might as well commit suicide. Jing Donglai shouted, "Young Master Dong, let's do it." Dong Guangyi nodded and drew the long blade from his waist. He let out a long sigh and said, "Chu Li, don't blame me. Although we didn't become enemies, it's a pity that you're from the Ji dynasty. It's a pity that we can't drink together. Let's meet again in the sky beyond heaven." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down with his blade. The blade flashed in front of everyone's eyes and immediately arrived in front of Chu Li's neck, about to chop off his head. Bang! Chu Li straightened his palm like a blade and slashed at the blade. His palm collided with the treasure blade, but it was not damaged at all, leaving only a white mark. He looked at Dong Guangyi calmly. "Dong Guangyi from the Black Tortoise Mountain? That's me." Dong Guangyi was secretly shocked. He did not expect Chu Li's physical strength to be so strong. After all, he was using the treasure blade of the Black Tortoise Mountain, which could cut through iron like mud, but he could not cut off Chu Li's hand. Chu Li said calmly, "I've heard of you." Jing Donglai slammed his palm down. The palm force was invisible but sharp like a blade. Chu Li did not panic as he channeled the Supreme Titanium Scripture to attack that ball of energy. At the same time, he channeled the Supreme Indestructible Body of Vajra. At the same time, he pressed his left hand on the Sky-Killing Sword and channeled the Heaven-Killing Technique. He was doing 3 things at once, but it was easy. The Heaven-Killing Technique did not use inner energy but lifespan. Therefore, it did not conflict with the Supreme Titanium Scripture and could be channeled together. Bang! Jing Donglai's right palm collided with Chu Li's right palm. His body flipped and flew backward, unable to step into the void. He landed on the ground and staggered 2 steps back. His face was red and his eyes were wide open. He scoffed and said, "What a profound cultivation level!" Again. They were very confident in the God restraining seal. Chu Li's enlightened God field had already dispersed, so his current cultivation level was only what was originally stored in his body. Every bit he used would decrease. No matter how strong he was, there was still a limit to how much he could use. He leaped up and dove like an eagle catching a rabbit. Bang! Chu Li met his palm again and sent him flying again. Chu Li did not use his full strength. Most of his attention was focused on attacking the God restraining seal. The Supreme Titanium Scripture attacked again and again. The God restraining seal was like a dam under a flood. It could be destroyed at any time and was on the verge of collapse. "Watch out for my blade!" Dong Guangyi shouted and the blade flashed. Chu Li squinted his eyes. This blade was similar to a sneak attack. It happened when Chu Li and Jing Donglai's palms collided. The old force had just dissipated but the new force had not yet recovered. Chu Li's timing was precise. It could be seen that Dong Guangyi was honest on the outside but a traitor on the inside. He was very good at disguising himself. Chu Li straightened his palm again and slashed horizontally like a blade. TSS. Dong Guangyi's treasure blade suddenly shone brightly. Chu Li felt a sense of danger. He changed his palm into a finger and dodged the blade by a hair's breadth. When his finger and the blade crossed, he flicked it lightly. Ding! The treasure blade let out a clear sound. Suddenly, it flickered and flickered. Dong Guangyi's body froze. The power of Philip's swift thunder was beyond his expectations. His entire body suddenly became numb. Chu Li changed his finger into a fist. Bang! Jing Donglai blocked Dong Guangyi's punch with his palm. His body was pushed back as if there was a rope pulling on his back. 2 parallel deep marks were left under his feet. It was obvious that the fist force was fierce and overbearing. Brother Sun, cult leader Sun, if you don't attack now, when will you? Jing Donglai shouted. He initially thought that he and Dong Guangyi would be able to defeat Chu Li under the God restraining seal. He did not expect Chu Li to be so powerful even though his enlightened master's power was sealed. Dong Guangyi's cultivation level seemed to be similar to his, but he was no match for him in a fight. The enlightened master's power could not penetrate his body. It seemed that he would not be able to take him down for a while. Chapter 1842. Dong Guangyi's body regained its mobility, but he still had a lingering fear. If he had not teamed up with Jing Donglai, he would have been killed by Chu Li. It was a close call. He did not expect Chu Li to be so difficult to deal with. If he was at his peak, he would not have been a match for Chu Li. He had too many tricks up his sleeve. He immediately put away his inner arrogance and devoted himself to fighting the enemy. He was proud when he saw that his cultivation level was similar to Chu Li's. Moreover, Chu Li was hit by the God-forbidding seal, so it was a piece of cake to take him down. Without the help of the spiritual energy from the outland, just the spiritual energy from the surroundings would be like replacing a treasured knife with a wooden knife. The power would be incomparable. As long as the enlightened master's energy stored in Chu Li's body was completely depleted, he would be defenseless and would definitely die. With this thought, he was careless and almost got killed by Chu Li. He nodded and thanked Jing Donglai. The treasure knife became unusually bright and cold. He was no longer greedy and wanted to be stable. This was the true essence of his black tortoise power. Once it slowed down, its power would increase tremendously. As he slowly swung his blade downwards, the energy of the blade swept across the land. The blade's will was full and smooth, and it was invulnerable. Chu Li glanced at it and took a step back to avoid the sharp edge. Sun Mingyue did not move, but Sun Fashing took a step forward and punched. Bam! Chu Li took the punch head-on. Sun Fashing's fist force was strange. One palm energy contained several forces, entangled and inconsistent. It was like several snakes entangled together, tearing at the defense at the same time. Its power was shocking and was harder to deal with than the knife-like palm energy. The supreme indestructible body of Vajra was as solid as a rock. No matter how strange the force was, it was always repelled. It blocked the punch and pushed Sun Fashing back. Sun Fashing frowned. He did not expect Chu Li to be so difficult to deal with. He continued to punch. Jing Donglai punched, and Dong Guangyi's knife overflowed. The three of them attacked together to exhaust Chu Li's inner energy. They believed that once Chu Li's inner energy was exhausted, he would no longer have the enlightened master's energy and could not absorb spiritual energy from outland. Sun Mingyue stood at the side and did not move. Jing Miaoyun, who was dim and weak, asked, Mingyue, why are you not moving? Honorable Master. Sun Mingyue shook her head. Forget it, I'm not needed. A long night is fraught with dreams. Jing Miaoyun's crisp voice was filled with coldness. What time is it now? Still talking about women's benevolence? Since you've already started, don't look back. Follow this path to the end. Yes. Sun Mingyue sighed faintly and was about to strike. Just as she was about to make a move, her expression suddenly changed. She pulled Jing Miaoyun and retreated a few dozen feet away. Chu Li pulled out the heaven-killing sword and slowly slashed the necks of the remaining 7 devas. 7 heads flew up, Jing Miaoyun barely dodged. The other 3 enlightened masters did not manage to save him in time and could only watch helplessly as Chu Li easily killed the celestial being. The price of using the God-restraining seal was extremely high. His cultivation level would be completely depleted. Initially, he wanted to stay and see how Chu Li would die. After all, Chu Li had also jumped. Not long after, watching him die was the best thing to do. Unfortunately, they had only calculated that Chu Li was like a toothless tiger. They did not expect Chu Li to be able to use the sky regicide sword. Even if they were in peak condition, it was still very difficult to dodge, let alone in their weakened state. None of the 7 of them could escape the fate of being beheaded. They all turned into streams of light and charged toward the slowly opening divine gate. Chu Li. Jing Donglai was furious. Chu Li sheathed his sword and smiled at Jing Miaoyun before turning to look at Jing Donglai. Jing Donglai's body had already swelled up like an inflated balloon. Dong Guangyi did the same. A black tortoise slowly appeared in the sky and slowly landed on his body, as if it was possessing him. Sun Faxing's body did not move, but his aura continued to rise. It was as if he had gone from a small mountain to a towering peak. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength before. "Kill him!" Jing Donglai shouted. Chu Li frowned. Jing Miaoyun turned into a stream of light and shot toward him. It was too late to dodge. Bang! Jing Miaoyun suddenly turned into a ball of light and exploded. Then, a beam of light shot into the sky. Chu Li only felt as if he had fallen into a raging flame. The energy of extreme yang eroded him. It was tyrannical and overbearing. The God-restraining seal that was already loosening and about to collapse suddenly solidified. It was 2 times stronger than before. As a result, he was unable to break free for a while. A cold light flashed in Chu Li's eyes. He did not expect that his kindness of sparing her would lead to such an end. Jing Miaoyun was so unyielding that she immediately self-destructed and turned into the Great Light Flame. She used the secret technique of Great Light. It was truly ruthless. He can't hold on anymore. Jing Donglai saw that Chu Li's originally rising aura was declining again. He was overjoyed. "Leader's son, don't let Senior Jing's sacrifice be in vain." Sun Mingyue sighed secretly. She did not expect Master to want to kill Chu Li so much. Bang 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 bang. Dong Guangyi rushed over. He did not use his blade and used his fists as weapons to hit Chu Li. Chu Li faced him head-on. He channeled the true Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture and the Supreme Indestructible Titanium Body at the same time. Their fists collided and met force with force. For a while, it was hard to tell who was superior. Dong Guangyi's skin became extremely thick and his strength increased. It was as if he was a different person from before. Jing Donglai's palm force was like a treasure blade. It was several times sharper and could already faintly pierce into his palm, breaking through the supreme indestructible titanium body's defense. The power of Sun Faxing's fists had also increased by several times. Sun Mingyue hesitated for a moment before throwing a light punch. Bang! Chu Li took her punch head-on and took 2 steps back. The power of the divine light fist was amazing. Jing Donglai was overjoyed and laughed. "Chu Li, you will die today." Chu Li drew his sword out of its scabbard. Suddenly, the surrounding space was locked. He stabbed his sword at Jing Donglai. As long as he killed Jing Donglai, the Zheng dynasty could retreat. Bang! The tip of the sword was blocked by a palm-sized shield. Chu Li felt a strong recoil from the tip of the sword. The inner energy of the true Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture was almost exhausted. The supreme indestructible titanium body's power began to decline and could not hold on for long. Chu Li's expression did not change, but he secretly frowned. This was troublesome. If the inner energy of the true Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture was insufficient, he would not be able to break through the God-forbidding seal. The Sky Killer Sword alone might not be able to kill these people. What was worse was that the Sky Killer Sword could be blocked. Dong Guangyi held the palm-sized shield in his hand. After blocking the attack, he staggered a few steps back. His face was red and he almost vomited blood, but there was a smile on his face. The black tortoise shield could actually block the Sky Killer Sword. Although the power of the Sky Killer Sword was amazing and almost injured him, it could be blocked. This was the most important thing. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. This sword consumed 300 years of his life. The sword that killed the 7 celestial beings consumed 500 years, so 800 years of his life was consumed. He did not believe it and attacked again. 500 years of his life was stabbed again. If this sword did not succeed, he would no longer be able to use the Sky Killer sword. His life was limited. Ding! The black tortoise shield blocked the sword again. Bang! Dong Guangyi crashed into a tree. Suddenly, the tree trembled. In the blink of an eye, the leaves withered and died. Dong Guangyi's mouth was bloody, but he was smiling. The other three enlightened masters attacked Chu Li. Bang! After Chu Li took a palm from Sun Faxing, the supreme indestructible titanium body was finally broken. The inner energy of the true supreme titanium supreme scripture was already depleted and could not continue. Pft! He vomited blood and staggered backward, leaning against a tree. Chapter 1843. Bam, 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 bam. Punches and palms kept coming at Chu Li. They had all activated their secret arts and unleashed their mystical technique. If he had the supreme Vajra invincible body, he could still block them. However, he couldn't use the supreme Vajra invincible body. He could clearly feel how astonishing the power of every punch and palm was. His hand pressed on the heaven-killing sword and activated the heaven-killing incantation. Relying on the heaven-killing incantation to protect his body, he continued to attack them without fear of death. His lifespan continued to decrease, and if this continued, his life would be over. Chu Li anxiously tried to think of a solution. He had already discovered that the void around him was no longer sealed. It was obviously the work of the 8 great celestial beings. Jing Donglai and the others had been negligent. He could have escaped at any time, but he was really unwilling to escape like this. If he couldn't kill Jing Donglai, he couldn't force the Jing Empire to retreat. Bang! Dong Guangyi suddenly shrunk his body and turned into a shadow that crashed into Chu Li. Chu Li countered with a palm strike. Bang! Dong Guangyi's shadow passed through Chu Li's palm and appeared behind him. Then, he slapped Chu Li's back. Chu Li staggered forward and felt a sharp pain in his back. Dong Guangyi disappeared in a flash and avoided Chu Li's retaliatory palm energy. Chu Li's omniscient mirror had already seen a short dagger stuck in his back. It was as black as ink and emitted a chilling aura, just like the taste of death. The chilling aura was constantly corroding his body, surging to every part of his body. Wherever the cold air passed, life would disappear and flesh would wither. I obtained this underworld dagger by accident. I've never had the chance to use it. Dong Guangyi stood 100 feet away and shouted, "Chu Li, have a taste." Chu Li reached out his hand to pull it out, but he felt a sharp pain and could not pull it out. The dagger had actually grown countless thin and long tendrils. They were thin and tough, firmly drilling into his flesh like tree roots in the soil. Bang, 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 bang! Jing Donglai, Sun Faxing, and Sun Mingyue attacked non-stop. Their fists and palms were endless. He pressed his hand on the heaven-slaughtering sword to block. He started to withdraw the true Supreme Vajra Supreme Scripture, actually giving up on attacking the God-forbidding seal. But right now, he couldn't care less. The underworld dagger was his biggest problem. He began to activate the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. "I'll lend you a hand." Sun Mingyue's voice rang out in his mind. She regretted not lending Chu Li a hand earlier. With her own supreme diamond scripture, Chu Li might have already broken through the God-forbidding seal if the two of them worked together. He would not have fallen to such a state. "Don't move." Chu Li's voice rang in her head. Sun Mingyue snorted in his mind. "Look at the situation now. Why are you still trying to show off?" Chu Li replied, "I have my own plans." The two of them exchanged blows without the slightest bit of mercy. Bystanders could not see any flaws, much less tell that they were communicating. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture began to circulate. Immediately, the underworld dagger's cold current sped up and went against the strange power in his body, the power of the God-forbidding seal. The two forces collided and immediately attacked each other. Underworld dagger's power kept pouring in, rushing towards the God-forbidding seal. The power of the God-restraining seal was strange, but it countered the power of the underworld dagger. Both of them attacked each other as if they had met their mortal enemy. Chuli let out a sigh of relief. Bam 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 bam. He was still being attacked by the 4 enlightened masters, but he did not budge. He was as hard as a rock. Dong Guangyi frowned. He did not expect Chuli to not die after being hit by the underworld dagger. His vitality was really strong. It was no wonder he could run amok until now. All the more reason to kill him. If he did not die, Dong Guangyi would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. A small red bead slipped out of his sleeve. It was the size of a red bean and was very inconspicuous. He threw the bead silently at Chuli's back. It was a sneak attack while Chuli and the other 3 were fighting. Chuli suddenly moved and barely avoided the bead. Bam! The bead exploded and turned into water droplets that scattered. Chuli could not avoid it completely. 2 droplets splashed on the back of his hand. Suddenly, intense pain came from the back of his hand. 2 small holes appeared on the back of his hand. The bloody holes were gone, and white bones with red smoke could be seen. It was as if the white bones were turning pink. What is this? Chuli gritted his teeth and ignored the pain. Dong Guangyi smiled. This is the sun's real liquid. How powerful is it? Where did it come from? Chuli asked in a low voice. He realized that the red energy was still drilling into his body as if it wanted to melt his bones. Thus, he activated the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture to transform it. Unfortunately, this sun's real liquid was strange and could not be transformed. Dong Guangyi said, I got it by chance. Chuli knew it was another fortuitous encounter. This guy had more fortuitous encounters than himself. Dong Guangyi was even more afraid. At this time, they could not take Chuli down even after activating their secret skill for so long. Was there really no way to deal with him? Any weapon that they thought was fatal could not kill him. Chuli sighed. You guys are too impatient. As Jing Donglai approached, he suddenly reached behind him and pulled out the underworld dagger, stabbing it into Jing Donglai's palm. Jing Donglai grunted and his expression changed. He sensed that something was wrong. The cold air entered his palm and quickly traveled up his arm to his heart. He tried to pull it out, but he found that he could not pull it out. The underworld dagger had already reached out, its long tendrils digging into his flesh. Your Majesty, quickly cut off his arm, Dong Guangyi shouted. Jing Donglai hesitated for a moment. Dong Guangyi quickly said, It'll be too late if we don't cut it now. Swoosh. His long blade flashed and cut off Jing Donglai's right arm. Jing Donglai angrily glared at Dong Guangyi as his right arm fell to the ground. Dong Guangyi hurriedly said, If we don't cut off your arm, you'll lose your life. Do you want your life or your arm? He knew that Jing Donglai must have thought that he was taking the opportunity to take revenge. He thought that if Chuli could resist for so long, so could he. However, he did not know that it was not normal for Chuli to resist for so long. Jing Donglai would not last more than a few breaths. Chuli had a chance to breathe, and the God Prohibition seal had loosened. Relying on the remaining supreme titanium scripture and the inner energy secretly replenished by Sun Mingyue, it was enough to break it. The force on his body slowly circulated and grew stronger. A smile gradually appeared on his face. He had been passively beaten up. The wheel of fortune had turned. It was his turn now. Jing Donglai's face was pale as he stared at Chuli. They could feel Chuli's rapidly rising strength. It was obvious that he was about to break the God Prohibition seal. This made the 3 enlightened masters feel a little hopeless. If they could not kill him under the God Prohibition seal, they would not be able to survive after the God Prohibition seal was broken. Jing Donglai's eyes focused and he made up his mind. He fiercely pounced on Chuli and punched with both fists. Chuli, you will die today. Chuli suddenly felt a deep sense of danger. He immediately retreated to get away from him. Jing Donglai sneered. his body suddenly expanded, and he turned into a stream of light that shot toward Chu Li. Then, he exploded. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Jing Donglai's body had already been smashed into pieces. An extremely overbearing force pierced into Chu Li's body. Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He was seriously injured. When he landed, his limbs were weak and he could not stand. All the supreme titanium scripture was activated to break the God prohibition seal. Without the supreme indestructible body of Vajra, the heaven-killing scripture's layer of protection could not stop Jing Donglai's explosive force. Dong Guangyi and the blade light turned into a waterfall and swept over at an incredible speed. Sun Faxing also burned his body and struck with his most powerful attack. Sun Mingyue also shot over like a flame. She was prepared to block in front of Chu Li. Chapter 1844. Ha ha! Chu Li looked up to the sky and laughed. The spiritual energy in the sky was like a river that flowed backward and fell on him. Under the vast true supreme Vajra scripture's internal energy, the supreme Vajra invincible body was activated. The sun's true liquid was refined in the blink of an eye, and the supreme Vajra invincible body became even purer than before. He clapped his palms together. 2 golden lights fell from the sky and hit Sun Faxing and Dong Guangyi. Before the 2 golden lights hit them, they turned into golden palm prints that hit their chests. It was the supreme titanium palm. Bam! The 2 of them were sent flying. He easily dodged Sun Mingyue's attack and shouted, "Leader Sun, for the sake of our friendship, it's not too late for you to leave now." "Impossible." Sun Mingyue was completely relieved and scoffed. "You're an arrow at the end of its flight too." Chu Li laughed. "An arrow at the end of its flight? Let's see who's at the end of its flight then." The 3 of them activated their secret skills. After such a long time, the secret skills were about to run out. They would be the unlucky ones then. Even without the Sky Regicide sword, he could still defeat them. "Chu Li, don't be too full of yourself," Dong Guangyi said. "Even if we die today, we'll drag you down with us." Chu Li stepped into the void and lightly clapped his palms again. "The 3 of you don't have the determination to perish together. Unlike His Majesty the Jing dynasty's emperor, his death was not worth it." What a pity! Although he said it was a pity, he did not feel it was a pity at all. Instead, he felt that it was a good thing that he died. Once he died, the Zheng dynasty would be well behaved and the war between the Zheng dynasty and the Ji dynasty could be avoided. One person's death in exchange for the safety of millions, it was worth it. The 2 golden lights hit Dong Guangyi and Sun Faxing and went around Sun Mingyue. Bam bam! The supreme titanium palm sent the 2 of them flying again. Sun Mingyue stomped her feet and scoffed. "Chu Li, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to sow discord between us?" Chu Li smiled. "Leader Sun, you're too insensible. My good intentions are met with such suspicion? Good intentions? Sun Mingyue sneered. Sun Faxing and Dong Guangyi, who had spat out a mouthful of blood after landing on the ground, could not tell if they were real or fake, but they could not see any flaws either. Moreover, Sun Mingyue was still with them, so it was obvious that she was indeed prepared to go down the dark path, which might have something to do with her grandmaster's death. With the death of his grandmaster, the friendship between the 2 would fade and they would become enemies. Chu Li was also having a headache. Now that Jing Miaoyan was dead, he would have a feud with the Holy Church of Light. Even if Sun Mingyue did not hate him, it would be very difficult for him to join forces with Sun Mingyue to fight against the enemy in the future. Just thinking about it made him feel lost. "Watch my fist." Sun Mingyue threw out a divine light fist. Chu Li also used the supreme Vajra palm. Bam! Sun Mingyue took a step back, but Chu Li was as steady as a rock. Sun Mingyue hurriedly threw a punch, but due to her hasty punch, she did not have enough strength and was sent flying by Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. Are you satisfied now, cult leader Sun? Sun Mingyue snorted in his mind. Why aren't you leaving yet? I might as well get rid of them all, Chu Li said. Sun Mingyue said, if they really go all out, you might not be able to withstand it. It's better not to lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Chu Li said, I haven't gone all out yet. Since the sky regaining sword could be restrained by the black tortoise shield, he gave up and wanted to kill the two enlightened masters fair and square. Compared to the Vajrapam, the supreme Vajrapam was much more powerful. Every hit of the Vajrapam was an attack of the body's inner energy, but the supreme Vajrapam was 10 times the strength of the body's inner energy. It was equivalent to activating the Vajrapam after activating the sacrificial divine power. Moreover, the palm energy of the supreme Vajrapam was several times purer than the Vajrapam. It was directly converted from the spiritual energy of the Grandmaster, so it was obvious how powerful it was. He threw one hit after another in a continuous and overbearing manner. Sun Faxing and Dong Guangyi could not even lift their heads as they were continuously slapped away. Dong Guangyi secretly regretted that he should not have used the secret technique so quickly, causing him to be unable to keep up with the current situation. He suddenly took out a jade porcelain bottle and poured out 3 pills. He consumed one and tossed the other 2 to Sun Mingyue and Sun Faxing. Chu Li suddenly grabbed the pill that was tossed to Sun Mingyue and held it in his palm to examine it. He chuckled and said, What kind of ferocious medicine is this? Your Majesty, this is the energy recovery pill, Dong Guangyi said. It can instantly restore one's cultivation level. Sun Faxing consumed it without hesitation and immediately felt the inner energy in his body surging. His originally weak body gradually became stronger, and the spiritual energy in his surroundings surged again. It was no longer lifeless and weak like before. Chu Li smiled and said, Young Master Dong, you really have a lot of treasures. This is the last treasure. Dong Guangyi scoffed and his heart skipped a beat. He felt that Chu Li's gaze was a little strange, as if a robber had seen a treasure. It was really scary. Chu Li shook his head and said, Doesn't look like it. Sun Faxing had been silent and rarely spoke. He also had doubts about killing Chu Li, but because of Chu Li's identity in the Ji dynasty, if he could be killed in advance, there would be no more obstacles to taking over the Ji dynasty. This was related to national affairs and not personal grudges. Dong Guangyi's aura surged again, and he sneered at Chu Li. Chu Li, don't be too happy. One day, I'll beat you up until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Sun Faxing saw this and disappeared in a flash too. Chu Li was stunned and looked at Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue shook her head and said, As expected. After Chu Li broke the God Prohibition seal, no one could stop him anymore. It was impossible for the 3 of them to kill Chu Li. They were afraid that they would be killed by Chu Li at the last moment. Therefore, it was best for them to leave and wait for another chance. Chu Li laughed. Strong start but weak finish. No matter what, they had killed Jing Donglai and completed their goal. As for being ambushed, it was expected and they were not angry. Moreover, they had taken advantage of the situation in the end. However, they had to think of a way to kill Dong Guangyi. This was because he had the mysterious tortoise shield that could withstand the sky regicide sword. This mysterious tortoise shield was most likely left behind by a supreme spirit beast. To be able to obtain such a magical item, one's luck was extraordinary. It seemed that Dong Guangyi's luck was extremely good, even better than Chu Li's. It was enviable. With such exuberant luck, it would be difficult to kill him. There would always be a chance to turn danger into safety, but he could not be killed no matter what. Even if his martial arts were better than his, he could not be killed. This must be an extremely unpleasant feeling. Chu Li frowned and pondered, thinking of a foolproof plan. What are you thinking about? Sun Mingyue asked. Chu Li sighed. Your Grandmaster is dead. How are you going to explain this to the Grandmaster? Grandmaster committed suicide. What am I supposed to explain? Sun Mingyue said calmly. Don't worry, I won't blame it on you. It was Grandmaster who took the initiative to kill Chu-Li. He even took the initiative to perish together. Should he blame Chu-Li for not obediently waiting for death? Chu-Li smiled. Thank you. Without your help, it would have been dangerous. Sun Mingyue glared at him. He did not listen to her advice. He knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still went ahead. This made her very angry. Chu-Li said, After this, I will kill my way to the Li dynasty's imperial palace and destroy Sun Fashing. He carefully looked at Sun Mingyue. He already knew that Sun Mingyue was Sun Fashing's illegitimate daughter. This could not be hidden from others. When the two of them stood together, they gave off the impression that they were father and daughter. Chapter 1845. Chu-Li said, If you really don't want to, then forget it. It's up to you whether you want to kill him or not. It has nothing to do with me. Sun Mingyue said coldly. Chu-Li shook his head. Looks like it's better not to kill him. Would you do that if you cripple your elders for the sake of the young? Sun Mingyue stared at him. Chu-Li said, What's wrong with sparing his life? He'll still suffer when he reaches the Outland. There's a war with the Azura realm there. An enlightened master will probably have to go to the battlefield. It's better to stay here. Sun Mingyue scoffed. Do what you have to do. Don't worry about me. Chu-Li smiled and said nothing. Sun Mingyue said, I'll leave first. Don't go to the Great Light Peak just yet. Chu-Li nodded slowly. Sun Mingyue stood beside the forest and looked up at the sky. A gust of wind blew and her white clothes fluttered. She looked like an otherworldly fairy who wanted to ride the wind and fly away. Chu-Li had an urge to reach out and grab her so that she wouldn't leave. He could feel the loneliness in Sun Mingyue's heart, but he could not get over it. She was too lonely. There was no one in the Holy Church of Light who could talk to her freely. She could not speak her mind and had to keep everything to herself. Fortunately, she had Li Meng, who could relieve her of her loneliness. I'm leaving. Sun Mingyue waved her hand and disappeared. Chu-Li looked in the direction she disappeared and sighed. He shook his head and left. The next moment, he returned to the evergreen forest of 100,000 Hills. He found some pine seeds in the forest and felt the lifespan contained in them. Although they were not as good as the evergreen pine, they still had a lot of lifespan. One pine ball could absorb 100 years of lifespan. He found dozens of pine balls and filled a bag. When he returned to the public house, he handed it to Xueling and asked her to dig out the pine seed. Xueling took the bag of pine balls and smiled. Master, do you like pine seeds? Chu-Li shook his head. Don't cook them unless they're useful. Yes. Xueling smiled. Chu-Li disappeared again and appeared at the ice pool. The little vermilion bird was standing next to the ice pool. It was taking a nap on a piece of ice out of boredom. When it saw Chu-Li, it glanced at him lazily and ignored him. Chu-Li smiled and waved his hand, then stood in front of the ice pool. This time, he was going to try to raise the grades of the Azure Dragon and the Origin-devouring tortoise. After witnessing the mystic tortoise shield, he realized that a spirit beast's power should not be underestimated. If he could activate the two spirit beasts to the supreme grade, he would not need to do anything himself. The golden dragon and the mystic tortoise alone would be able to dominate the world. When his master Zhou Dunli ascended to become a heavenly deity, he upgraded his dragon to a gold dragon, which gave him a glimmer of hope. He had asked his master, Zhou Dunli, about how he was able to upgrade the purple dragon to a gold dragon because the dragon itself had a fortuitous encounter. It had eaten a treasure of heaven and earth, but it was unable to completely digest it, so it was stuck at the purple dragon's grade. When he ascended to the enlightened realm, the spiritual energy from the heavens beyond the heavens descended upon him, and when he became an enlightened realm god, Zilong obtained this spiritual energy, and with the help of his enlightened realm dragon taming art, he was able to catalyze the natural resources he ate in one fell swoop. Thus, the purple dragon leaped into the golden dragon. Most of the credit could not be attributed to him, so if an enlightened realm god wanted to upgrade a spirit beast to the supreme grade, it would only be possible if they had a fortuitous encounter like his purple dragon. Even so, Chuli believed that with his current cultivation level, it would not be a problem for him to upgrade the azure dragon to a purple dragon, and the origin devouring tortoise would be able to upgrade it to a mystic origin tortoise. With the help of 2 rank 1 spirit beasts, his power would increase greatly. He would no longer have to fight alone like before, where he would be ambushed at every turn, and would have to fight against several people at once. With the help of the 2 spirit beasts, he could also ambush others. The thought of it made him excited, and he could not wait to upgrade his spirit beast. The ice pool was silent. Through the observation of the omniscient mirror, he saw that both beasts had fallen into a deep sleep, and his power was slowly increasing. After some thought, he leaped into the ice pool and went to the azure dragon's side. He rode on its back, and the little beast in his mind began to open its eyes. Suddenly, a strange force emerged from his dantian and circulated along the route of the dragon taming technique, turning into the inner energy of the dragon taming technique. Once the little beast closed its eyes, this strange force would be hidden in the depths of his dantian, as if it had never appeared before. The heart technique he created was based on the method of the heavenly demonic power, and it could completely conceal the inner energy. This was also to avoid the senses of the spirit beasts, or else once it appeared in 100,000 hills, it would become a target, and all the spirit beasts would be able to sense it. The inner energy of the dragon taming technique became richer. After all, the inner energy of an enlightened realm god was different, and it could not be mentioned in the same breath as the Grandmaster's boundary. Moreover, he was circulating the perfected body technique of the dragon taming technique, which was supplemented by referring to the other 2 heart technique. Once the inner energy of the dragon taming technique entered the azure dragon's body, the force of the azure dragon that was originally circulating slowly suddenly sped up, and the speed of improvement suddenly skyrocketed by more than 10 times. As he continuously injected the dragon taming technique, the speed of improvement was still increasing, and it even reached 10 times, 100 times. The improvement that originally needed 100 years, now only needed a year. Even so, Chuli still felt that it was slow. The lifespan of a dragon was long, and even if he cultivated the ageless longevity technique, it was impossible for him to have such a long life. He could not afford to waste it, so he kept injecting the dragon taming technique, and kept increasing the speed. The scales of the azure dragon began to slowly fall off. One by one, the scales that were as warm as jade slowly left its body, and slowly fell to the bottom of the pool. The clear bottom of the pool was reflected in a green light, and it looked like a dream. After the scales of the azure dragon fell off, it quickly grew another purple scale, and as it fell off, it grew another. When the green scales on its body had completely fallen off, it had all turned into purple scales, and from an azure dragon to a purple dragon. The appearance of the purple dragon changed, and it became thicker. Originally, it could be hugged, but now it could not be hugged. Chuli had been focused on circulating the dragon taming technique, and he had neglected the passage of time. The dragon opened its eyes, and although the light was gentle, it contained a vast majesty and pressure. It did not come from the spiritual force, but from the energy of its soul. This was the powerful talent of the dragon clan, and with each evolution, the soul would become stronger by several times. Chuli reckoned that the god-punishing thunder sword could not hurt it now, and the energy of its soul was only slightly inferior to the spirit tiger. Chuli reached out and touched its back, and his voice rang in its mind. "You've finally reached rank 1. Work harder, and strive to reach supreme grade as soon as possible." Supreme grade. The purple dragon's voice rang in Chuli's mind, and its voice was thick and powerful. "It's not that easy to become a golden dragon," Chuli said, If we work hard together, we'll eventually become a golden dragon. The purple dragon nodded slowly. At this moment, the vitality-devouring tortoise had already woken up, and it gently floated to his side. Chu Li smiled and reached out to touch its shell, and then his newly created inner energy circulated along the route of the black tortoise power. 10 days later, when Chu Li woke up, he saw that the vitality-devouring tortoise had shrunk to the size of a palm. It was small and exquisite, and it did not match the rank of a rank 1 spirit beast like the vitality tortoise. It was hard to believe that it could be a threat to humans. After some thought, Chu Li decided to leave the 2 spirit beasts in the 100,000 hills. After becoming a rank 1 spirit beast, they would have the ability to protect themselves, and they would no longer need to stay in the ice pool. They could venture into the 100,000 hills, and they might come across some exotic minerals and earthly treasures. After consuming them, they could quickly advance their rank. However, these exotic minerals and earthly treasures were usually guarded by spirit beasts, and it was inevitable that they would have to fight. Chu Li was relieved that the 2 spirit beasts were traveling together, and if they could not win, they could run away. Chapter 1846. Chu Li sat down in the gazebo and exhaled. With the 2 spirit beasts, he was emboldened and less stressed. Even if they were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of miles away, as long as he called them in his heart, the 2 spirit beasts would rush over. This gave him a lot of confidence. A rank 1 spirit beast was more powerful than an enlightened master. With these 2 spirit beasts, he would not be afraid even if he was surrounded. Last time outside Saint's Peace City of the Jing dynasty, if the 2 spirit beasts had helped, they would have killed all of them. Young master, the Ji dynasty lost the battle. Xue curtsied. Her white robe fluttered and her fragrance wafted. Chu Li was stunned and asked, "Who defeated the Ji dynasty?" "Of course it was the Jing dynasty," Xue said. Chu Li frowned. "The Jing dynasty did not retreat?" "No." Xue shook her head. "Young master, although you killed the Jing dynasty's emperor, the Jing dynasty did not retreat. The new emperor was even more agitated and wanted to destroy the Ji dynasty to avenge Jing Donglai." Chu Li looked thoughtfully in the direction of the Jing dynasty. It seemed that he had underestimated Jing Donglai. Before the siege began, he had already made arrangements for the aftermath. Therefore, he was able to perish without any worries. Jing Donglai's successor must have received instructions from him. Jing Donglai's son succeeded the throne? Chu Li asked. Xue said, "It's his younger brother, Jing Shilai." Jing Shilai. Chu Li was thinking about the information about Jing Shilai. This Jing Shilai was said to be a playboy. He did not make a name for himself among the princes of the imperial family. He was unrestrained all day long and did not do proper work. Moreover, he often acted out of line and was unexpected. He was the complete opposite of Jing Donglai. Jing Donglai was talented and had a calm and generous personality. He had studied hard since he was young and had been apprenticed to several masters. On the other hand, Jing Shilai was like an ignorant and incompetent playboy. It was hard to believe that Jing Donglai would pass the throne to Jing Shilai. "Did King Ping fight?" Chu Li asked. Xue shook her head. "King Ping is the crown prince. He can't fight easily. Moreover, King Ping requested to fight but the emperor did not agree." Chu Li frowned. It seemed that because of the empowerment, they did not want King Ping to fight, which led to their defeat. King Ping was the only true general of the Ji dynasty. The rest were not considered generals. They were not capable enough to take on such a great responsibility. Xueling said, "We've lost 10,000 men in this battle. The border has been breached and we've advanced 100 miles. Chu Li's expression darkened. 10,000 people was not a small number. Even though it was only a drop in the bucket compared to the great Ji dynasty's army, when he thought about how many people would be sad and in pain if 10,000 families were destroyed, His heart skipped a beat as if it was weighed down by a huge rock. King Ping has arrived at the border and led his army to stop the Ji dynasty's border army. Xueling furrowed her brows and said, but we managed to maintain the situation and stop the Jing dynasty from advancing. It's going to be very difficult to recover the lost land. Chu Li said slowly, I will go and take a look. He glanced at Xueling. Xueling said, Master, I also just received the news. Chu Li sighed. 10,000 soldiers, 10,000. His expression became even more gloomy as he waved his hand and disappeared. He did not appear by King Ping's side. Instead, he went to the border between the Zheng dynasty and the Ji dynasty. Since he had traveled to the Zheng dynasty's Saints' Peace City previously, he was already very familiar with the roads between the Ji dynasty and the Zheng dynasty. He could arrive at the border of the Ji dynasty and the Zheng dynasty with just a shift. Everywhere he looked, there were ruins and corpses everywhere. His expression became even gloomier as if it had frozen over. The corpses in the villages could be seen clearly. They were all killed by weapons. Moreover, they were all innocent people who wanted to escape but were hunted down. He could imagine the helplessness and despair of these villagers. He could clearly see the resentment condensed in the sky above the villages. He stood in the void and chanted the rebirth mantra to dispel the resentment and send these unwilling souls into reincarnation. He swept past the villages at an incredible speed. There were no survivors. The Zheng dynasty's soldiers were extremely ruthless in their killings and were determined not to leave a single person alive. He followed his intuition and soon arrived at a mountain peak. There was a sect on this peak that was going through the calamity of annihilation. Out of the 300 people in the sect, only 30 or so people were left. They were all women and children. There were 100 grandmasters who besieged this sect. Each of them had a murderous aura that was almost tangible. It was obvious that they had killed many people. Moreover, they cultivated the military core technique. Not only did the murderous aura not harm their foundation, but it also helped their cultivation speed. This military core technique relied on killing to improve. The more people they killed, the faster and stronger they would become. However, this heart technique had a major drawback, which was that their lifespan was extremely short. They only had a lifespan of 100 years, which was even worse than that of ordinary people. In the past, very few people cultivated this military core technique. Most of them were outlaws who would cultivate it for a moment of glory. They would rather be brilliant for a moment than be mediocre for the rest of their lives. They also knew that it was difficult for them to survive in the military because they were too weak. Now, however, the military core technique was very popular because everyone could enter the Grandmaster's boundary after death. Cultivating this heart technique was a shortcut to enter the Grandmaster's boundary. Chu Li looked coldly at these Grandmasters. He saw that their eyes were cold and emotionless as they stared at the women and children. He slowly raised his hand to eliminate them. Stop! Chu Li shouted. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in their ears. The 100 Grandmasters were shocked and looked up at the sky. Chu Li stood in the void and looked down at them. He said coldly, You don't even spare the women and children. You don't deserve to be called men. Enlightened Master! Someone exclaimed. Then, the Grandmasters calmed down. An enlightened master could not simply attack a Grandmaster. Otherwise, they would be punished by the heavenly rules. They did not believe that an enlightened master would break the heavenly rules because of 30 women and children. Otherwise, an enlightened master would have broken the heavenly rules long ago. Chu Li looked at them coldly. Did you guys destroy the few villages around here? Yes, we did. A young man shouted. Who are you? Chu Li. Chu Li said. Haha, the world's #1 master, Chu Li. I've heard so much about you. I heard that you even killed our late emperor. The young man was handsome, but his expression was wild and heroic. He was not afraid of Chu Li at all. I don't know how powerful you are. Unfortunately, Chu-Li, you don't dare to attack us. Chu-Li said lightly, Who said I don't dare to attack? Haha, you're an enlightened master. You can't simply attack a grandmaster unless you hurt your blood relatives. The handsome young man laughed. So, Chu-Li, no matter how strong your martial arts are, you still can't do anything to us. Chu-Li flicked his finger. Pup. The handsome young man fell backward. There was already a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. Blood was flowing out. Chu-Li glanced at the crowd. The 99 grandmasters' expressions changed. They were calm and fearless. They were already grandmasters. So what if they died? Wouldn't they still ascend to the grandmaster's boundary? There was no difference between going to the grandmaster's boundary now or in the future. It was better to go earlier. They wanted to go to the grandmaster's boundary to see the beauty there. So, their fear of Chu-Li disappeared. Instead, they took a step forward and were eager to attack Chu-Li. Chu-Li sneered. Do you think you can ascend to the grandmaster's boundary if you die in my hands? Chu-Li, what do you mean? A middle-aged man asked. Chapter 1847. As soon as he said that, the 3 god-punishing thunder swords in his mind split into 99 god-punishing needles and shot out. 99 grandmasters suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. They did not even care about the dirt and dust on their bodies. They no longer had the air of a grandmaster, and they no longer had the imposing manner of a grandmaster. Chu-Li stared at them coldly. He had already seen through their minds and knew that they used killing as a means of advancement. They were able to advance from the innate mastery's boundary to the grandmaster's boundary without entering the victorious state to cultivate. Instead, they achieved it by killing. Tens of thousands of Ji Dynasty's soldiers and civilians had died in their hands. Xue Ling told him that the great Ji Dynasty's army had lost tens of thousands of people. These were only the soldiers. Compared to the soldiers, the Zheng dynasty had lost hundreds of thousands of civilians. The border between the Zheng dynasty and the Great Ji dynasty was 1,000 miles long. If they were to push forward for another 100 miles, the entire Ji dynasty's civilians in this region would be massacred. Among them were many martial arts masters and sections. Nowadays, martial arts were flourishing in the world. It was common for sects to have a few sects within 100 miles. However, these small sects were all destroyed by them and their belongings were looted. Regardless of whether it was men or women, children or the elderly, no one was spared. Although there was no such thing as mercy in a war between 2 armies, to treat these commoners so cruelly just for the sake of cultivating martial arts was too cold-blooded and cruel. Chu-Li did not hesitate to kill them. Killing could improve one's mental cultivation method very quickly, so they were unable to extricate themselves and killed the common people like pigs and dogs. Leaving such experts in the world would only bring disaster to the world, so it was better to kill them as soon as possible. When he thought of this, his heart hardened as he watched the 99 grandmasters wailing on the ground without a change in his expression. Not far away, more than 30 women and children looked at Chu-Li timidly. Although Chu-Li had saved them, they were grateful but did not dare to approach him. Chu-Li's appearance was too terrifying, as if he could devour them. "I'll fight you to the death." A young man leapt up. Chu-Li sneered. Without moving, the god-punishing thunder sword shot out. Bang! The youth's head suddenly exploded, and white brain matter mixed with blood splattered everywhere. The young man fell to the ground, motionless. He was already dead. The grandmasters looked up at the sky. However, the gate of heaven did not appear for a long time. His dead companion did not ascend to the heavens beyond heaven. Their hearts were instantly filled with fear. What Chu-Li said was true. If they were killed by him, their souls would scatter and they would not be able to ascend to heaven. This was the thing that they were most afraid of. Death was not scary, but the most frightening thing was that they would have to bid farewell to this boring world and not be able to ascend to the realm beyond heaven. Thinking of this, they began to think of committing suicide. Chu said calmly, "Don't think that you'll be able to ascend to heaven just by killing yourselves. You've been struck by my God-slaying sword, and your souls have been damaged. You can no longer ascend to the Grand Master's boundary. It's better for you to give up." Ah! Everyone was furious and desperate. They endured the pain and pounced on Chu. Chu stood in the void and looked down at them. He sneered, and the God-punishing thunder sword turned into a God-punishing needle again. The Grandmasters screamed and fell to the ground again. They held their heads and rolled around in pain. The pain was unbearable, but their bodies were already weak. They could not even commit suicide. The pain this time was even worse than before, but they could not pass out. They could only endure the pain. Chuli's face was as hard as stone. His eyes were as cold as ice. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. When did they think about pain when they killed innocent people? If he did not make them suffer so much that they could not die, how could he face those people who died tragically? "Great hero Chu, you're so merciful. Please let us go." A middle-aged man pounced on Chu and knelt on the ground. He banged his head on the ground so hard that his forehead was bleeding. He pleaded loudly. Chu was unmoved. He did not even look at him. He saw how this middle-aged man tortured and killed others in his mind. When they annihilated the sects in the martial arts world, they would encounter resistance. They were usually the final victors, and they would torture and kill the losers. Compared to their methods, Chu only gave them a small punishment. Therefore, all of these people deserved to die. They deserved to die 1,000 times. "Great hero Chu, we won't dare to do it again." Another middle-aged man knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Great hero Chu, we can help you deal with the Zheng dynasty. As long as Great hero Chu is merciful and let us go." Yes, Great hero Chu, we'll definitely follow your orders." More than half of the Grandmasters knelt on the ground to express their loyalty. Chu stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance as his white robe fluttered. "Great hero Chu! Great hero Chu, please spare us." Chu shook his head secretly. These people were soldiers. They had been through blood, but they were begging for mercy. It was clear that the Grandmaster's boundary was a great temptation to them. They could even abandon everything to go to the Grandmaster's boundary. Chu stood with his hands behind his back and ignored them. When they begged for mercy, their pain became worse and did not ease at all. After an hour, they gradually lost hope. They knew that Chu had a heart of stone and would not spare them. Therefore, their despair turned into endless anger. They did not care about how scary Chu was and started cursing. "Chu, you son of tch. Chu, you'll die a horrible death. Chu, just you wait. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Bastard Chu, you'll die a horrible death. Your wife will die a horrible death too." Chu glanced at them indifferently. The God-punishing thunder sword turned into a God-punishing needle again and shot out. "Ah!" The people screamed again. Their faces were twisted and hideous. They could only scream, but they could not speak. Their eyes rolled back, and only the whites of their eyes could be seen. Even so, they were still awake and could not pass out. Chu looked at them calmly. He was not soft-hearted. He would only stop after torturing them for a few days and nights. Only then would he be worthy of the people who died tragically. He looked down at the women and children and said calmly, "I'll send you to the back." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and 30 women and children flew up. They were all people from the martial arts sects, so they did not scream. The scene in front of them became faster and faster. In the end, there was only a distorted light and shadow. After a while, they arrived outside a towering city. Shui was already waiting outside the forest with some people. When she saw Chu, she greeted him, "Master?" "Settle them down," Chu said. Shui nodded lightly. Chu suddenly disappeared and returned to his original position. There was another group of Grandmasters. There were also 100 of them. Chu Li frowned. This military centering technique was really amazing. These 100 grandmasters were also successful. It was very likely that they had cultivated it in this battle. These 100 grandmasters were helping, trying to relieve the pain of their companions. They all channeled their energy, but it was useless. The grandmasters were still in so much pain that they could not speak. They could only hold onto their companions tightly, hoping that their companions would release them. However, they could not speak. Chu Li used the omniscient mirror and saw what these masters were doing in their minds. He did not hesitate to shoot the god-punishing needles. Ah! Suddenly, screams were heard. Chu Li looked coldly at almost 200 grandmasters. Chapter 1848. Stop! An angry roar came from afar. The roar was like thunder. Then, 2 gray shadows floated over and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. It was 2 gray-robed elders. Chu Li narrowed his eyes. The 2 gray-robed elders were celestial beings, rank 3 celestial beings. Chu Li said, "Jing Dynasty's celestial beings? Who are you?" A burly gray-robed elder asked, "What are you doing?" They glanced at the 200 grandmasters and were secretly shocked. 200 grandmasters were extremely shocking. Only an enlightened master could suppress the power formed by them. They could not do it. Chu Li said, "Chu Li. You're Chu Li?" The 2 gray-robed elders' expressions changed slightly. Chu Li scoffed. "It seems like you've heard of my name. Chu Li, what are you doing?" The 2 gray-robed elders forced themselves to ask. Chu Li said, "Why do I need to explain to you? Kill yourselves. Since you've heard of my name, you know what I'm capable of. If you don't kill yourselves, your souls will be destroyed and completely disappear from this world." "Chu Li, you're hurting their souls, aren't you?" The 2 gray-robed elders' hearts skipped a beat. They knew what he said was true. Chu Li did have a way to make people's souls disappear. Some celestial beings had experienced it before, and it was truly terrifying. Chu Li said, "They deserve to die. Since they deserve to die, how can they ascend to the Grandmaster? It's better for them to disappear completely." "Chu Li, do you know the consequences of doing this?" The burly gray-robed elder said, "We're warning you out of good intentions. We don't want you to be unaware of the trouble you've caused." "Consequences?" Chu Li chuckled. "It's nothing more than the Grandmaster being unhappy. The Grandmaster is in urgent need of manpower. These 200 people are not a small force. If you kill them just like that, the Grandmaster will definitely be furious. Chu Li, you should have experienced the wrath of the Grandmaster before. I advise you to let them go. Just kill them and put their souls into the Grandmaster," the burly elder said in a low voice. Chu Li laughed. "I've experienced the wrath of the Grandmaster. It's really scary. Compared to the wrath of the Grandmaster, I'd rather kill these scums." "You don't have to? Yuan Mao sang? Badger Mingi Mao Yuan? Jing, Chu Li, you will regret this," another gray-robed elder said in a deep voice. Chu Li calmly said, "Let's talk about regret in the future. At least I'm happy now." Disorderly melancholy Jing, the 2 gray-robed old men looked at each other and sighed. Suddenly, they patted their chests and turned into a streak of light that shot into the sky. A door of light slowly appeared in the sky. It was so vast that it made people want to kneel down and worship it. The Grandmasters who were screaming and groaning on the ground raised their heads with all their might and widened their eyes. This was the Holy Land that they yearned for. They were only 1 step away, but this 1 step was so far away that they could not reach it. They were in pain, unwilling, desperate, and angry. They wanted to fight with all their might, but they were powerless. Their bodies were so weak that they could not exert any strength. Otherwise, they would have killed themselves long ago. 09 Small? Chu Li snorted softly. These 2 Devis were very straightforward, saving him the trouble. When the Grandmasters saw that the high and mighty celestial being had obediently committed suicide just because of one sentence from Chu, they felt even more pained and helpless. Was this the power of the world's #1 master? Chu looked up at the sky and frowned. He felt a wave of malice coming from the sky and a chill penetrated his brow. After frowning, he suddenly shot out hundreds of God-killing needles in his mind 3 times in a row. Ah! The people screamed and then their heads exploded one after another. They died completely. Just as Chu finished doing this, a stream of light suddenly fell from the sky and appeared behind him. A glowing figure appeared and lightly hit him with his palm. Chu felt an immense killing intent and immense power. His palm was as light as a feather, but it felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. Bang! A golden light shot down from the sky and met the light palm. The glowing figure disappeared in a flash and appeared behind Chu in the next moment. Another palm hit him. Chu already knew that this was a celestial being sent by the Grandmaster to kill him. It seemed that killing 200 Grandmasters at once and not being able to ascend to the Grandmaster had completely angered the Grandmaster. An enlightened master could not casually attack a Grandmaster or else they would be punished by the heavenly rules. He defied the natural order and became a god, so he was not bound by the heavenly rules. However, the Grandmaster wanted to restrain him. They did not want an enlightened master who did not care about the heavenly rules. However, he did not accept the Grandmaster's bestowment, so the Grandmaster did not have a direct method of punishment. They could only send a celestial being to punish him, unlike other enlightened masters who could not escape with just a thought. Chu thought as he waved the supreme Vajra palm to block the attack. The power of this celestial being even surpassed the second-rank Ling Zhifei and Song Sizu. It was very likely to reach the first rank. The first rank was already the top level in the Grandmaster. As far as he knew, there was no supreme rank. After many inquiries, he found out that if a normal Grandmaster died and ascended to the heavens, they could quickly recover their cultivation level to level 9. As for those Grandmasters who did not die and ascended to the heavens, their cultivation level could not be recovered quickly. They were just ordinary people and needed to cultivate from the beginning. However, if a certain price was paid, these Grandmasters could also quickly restore their cultivation to the 9th rank or even higher. However, this price was usually paid by big sects or only during special times. After an enlightened master died and stepped into the Grandmaster, they could quickly restore their cultivation to the 3rd rank. Rank 2 and 1st rank required hard cultivation. The celestial beings would be weakened when they descended to this world. After all, they could not control the spiritual energy as easily as they could in the Grandmaster. It was difficult to control the spiritual energy from the Grandmaster when the distance was too far. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this world was very different from the Grandmaster's spiritual energy. The strength of a first-rank celestial being could not be used. However, Chu could seize the spiritual energy from the Grandmaster through the life and death scripture. Coupled with the supreme Vajra scripture, he could control the spiritual energy from the Grandmaster more freely than a celestial being, so he had a big advantage. When the celestial being saw that his palm energy could not hurt Chu, he sneered. Chu could not see his shadow clearly. He was shrouded in a dazzling light. He could only see his hands and feet through the hazy outline. He could not see his face, but this sneer was full of disdain. It was obvious that he still had a trump card. Chu was vigilant. He no longer tested the power of a first-rank celestial being. He directly pulled out his sword, and 500 years of his life turned into a sword. Bam 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 bam. The celestial being slapped several times in a row. His body kept retreating, avoiding the sword. Chu's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the sky-killing sword to be blocked. He had nothing to say about the black tortoise shield before, but the celestial being could block it with his palm energy. It seemed that his sky-killing sword needed to be deepened. If he condensed 1,000 years of life in one strike, he would not be able to block it. Sky-killing sword. The celestial being sneered. The light around his body shone brightly. All the light condensed in his palm, revealing his true appearance. This was a young man with an ordinary appearance. He had a straight nose and thin lips. When he slightly pursed his lips, he showed a harsh coldness. Chu Li's expression was solemn. He faced this slow palm attack as if he was facing a great enemy. Chapter 1849. Chu Li's body shrunk as he performed the sacrificial power. His inner energy flowed 10 times faster, and the extraction of spiritual energy from Outland sped up. A golden beam of light fell from the sky onto Chu Li's right palm. His right palm was enveloped by the golden beam of light, and it quickly absorbed the golden light. His right palm was shrouded by the golden light, and it condensed again and again, as if it had become a palm made of gold. Chu Li pushed his right palm forward. The golden palm collided head-on with the palm that was overflowing with colorful lights. Bang! Chu Li was sent flying. The golden right palm fell apart and turned into rays of golden light that disappeared into the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He was secretly amazed at the depth of the Celestial's inner energy, but he continued to move his palm. Suddenly, another ray of golden light fell from the sky and shot straight at the young man, turning into a golden palm and hitting him. The young man stopped and frowned. Chu Li continued to attack, and the supreme Vajra palms kept hitting the young man. The young man's face darkened. His pursuit of Chu Li was constantly interrupted, and he could not catch up to Chu Li. He lost the initiative and allowed Chu Li to stand in the air and attack him. He wanted to avoid it, but the supreme Vajra palms were too fast. They moved according to Chu Li's will, and the golden light would condense into palm prints that never missed. The young man's face darkened. Suddenly, his body lit up and shot out rays of light again. Chu Li smiled and continued to attack. Even the Celestial was going all out. It was his ability to force a rank 1 Celestial to go all out. Ever since he received the complete inheritance of the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture, his strength had improved a lot. Bang, 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 bang! The young man suddenly sped up and shot toward Chu Li like a ray of light. In an instant, he was in front of Chu Li with another palm. Bang! Chu Li's right palm turned golden and collided with the palm again. At the same time, he was sent flying. In the air, the supreme Vajra scripture stopped and quickly turned into the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. He thought to himself that it would be better to combine the supreme Vajra scripture and the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture into one. It was a pity that one could not have it both ways. The inner force of the supreme Vajrapani scripture was refined and pure, while the inner force of the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture was a combination of void and reality, yin and yang. It was very complicated. The two inner forces were polar opposites, so it was extremely difficult to fuse them. After dispelling the young man's palm force, he hurriedly resumed the circulation of the true supreme Vajra scripture. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture alone would not be able to stop this young man. Only the true Supreme Vajra Scripture could activate the Supreme Vajra Palm and the Supreme Vajra Invincible Body. This young man's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his, but he couldn't do anything to him. This was the power of the Supreme Vajra Scripture. While he was grateful, he couldn't help but think of Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue must be having a hard time at this time. The young man's body suddenly darkened. All the light disappeared, and he disappeared at the same time. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Chu Li and pushed his palms forward. Woo! A dragon's roar sounded. Chu Li did not manage to dodge in time. He could only watch helplessly as the 2 palms struck his chest and sent him flying. He was secretly shocked. This palm technique was really strange. It was shocking that it could hide from his intuition. The pure and overbearing palm force instantly surged into his body and went straight to his chest, about to crush his heart. The palm force that could break through the supreme Vajra invincible body's defense made Chuli shiver. He hurriedly circulated it. The next moment, he was about to use the heavenly demonic power to avoid the attack on his heart. Suddenly, the little beast in his mind opened its eyes and mouth. The palm force that was about to reach his heart suddenly changed direction and rushed to his mind. It quickly rushed into his mind and went into the little beast's mouth. The little beast squinted its eyes and showed a look of enjoyment as if it had eaten a delicious meal. Chuli was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. Such a powerful palm was swallowed by the little beast out of thin air. Moreover, it seemed like the little beast had become a little stronger as if it was its food. This little beast really surprised him. When the young man saw that Chuli was stunned, he immediately used the same trick. With a dragon's roar, his palms hit Chuli's chest again. The palm force went straight to his heart. Just as it was about to reach his heart, it suddenly changed direction and rushed into his mind. Then, it was swallowed by the little beast. Bang! Chuli flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He spat out blood and asked with widened eyes, "What martial art is this?" "Flying dragon slash," the young man sneered. "You should be honored to die under the flying dragon slash." Chuli gritted his teeth. "Flying dragon slash? What a flying dragon slash!" He suddenly froze in the air and fiercely swung a supreme Vajra palm. The green dragon suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Chuli in the next moment. However, the supreme Vajra palm was amazing. It still chased after him and hit his back. The young man gritted his teeth and endured the palm. No matter what, he had to give Chuli another flying dragon slash and completely suppress him. Otherwise, Chuli would attack endlessly. It was really a headache. Chuli spat out another mouthful of blood, but he was secretly happy. After swallowing the two palm forces, the little beast's spirit was lifted. Obviously, it was greatly beneficial to it. He flew out backward. The young man saw that Chuli's aura was weakened and his spirit was lifted. He used the flying dragon slash again. Because the flying dragon slash consumed a lot of inner energy, he was not very good with the spiritual energy of the Outland. After 2 more palm strikes, he needed to rest. However, he believed that as long as he used 2 more palm strikes, he would definitely be able to defeat Chuli. The flying dragon slash directly cut the heart arteries. Even a first-rank celestial would not be able to withstand it, let alone Chuli. If Chuli did not have the little beast's help, he really would not be able to withstand the flying dragon slash. It was indeed powerful to be able to break the supreme Vajra body. However, with the little beast, he showed weakness while accumulating power. He wanted to wait until the young man's inner energy was almost exhausted before giving him a fatal blow. He even wanted to directly destroy his soul and let the Outland know how powerful he was. Woo! The flying dragon slash continued to wreak havoc. Chuli continued to fly back and forth in the air. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his face gradually turned golden. His aura was weak. Seeing that he was about to die, the young man's spirit was lifted and he used the last flying dragon slash. Woo! Chuli responded and flew out again. After spitting out blood, he widened his eyes and pointed at him. "I will not let you go. Do you think you still have a way out?" The young man let out a sigh of relief and did not continue to chase. He took a step forward and landed in front of Chuli, who had fallen to the ground. He looked down at him. "Such a big crime, do you think the Outland will give you a way out?" "Why not?" Chuli lay on the ground, facing the sky and asked with difficulty. "Soul destroyed," the young man said coldly. "It's impossible even if you want to reincarnate. This is the result of violating the heavenly rules." Chuli sneered. "I am not an enlightened master who was appointed by the Outland. I don't have to follow the rules of the Outland. As long as you are an enlightened master, you must follow the heavenly rules. There are no exceptions." The young man scoffed. "If you followed the rules, I could let you live. But you are so unscrupulous and killed grandmasters. This is unforgivable." Chu Li sneered. "Is it because I destroyed their souls?" "It's good that you understand," the young man said in a deep voice. "You are a smart person, but you chose to kill yourself. You really cannot live. I will send you on your way." Chapter 1850. Chu Li lunged forward and took the initiative to meet the attack. The young man sneered. His palms remained the same as he hit Chu Li's chest. He was startled and looked down at his abdomen. Chu Li slowly retreated. His face was as pale as paper, and he sheathed the Imperial Sky Sword. This time, it was not an act. He was really pale and weak. He tried to use up 600 years of his lifespan and succeeded. It was obvious that the Imperial Sky Sword had advanced a little and its power had greatly increased. However, he only had a few years left after 600 years of his lifespan was taken away. This sudden loss of lifespan was extremely painful. It was as if the body had suddenly aged for a few hundred years and became much weaker. It was no different from being sick. The young man looked down at his abdomen and looked up at Chu Li. His face was full of dissatisfaction. He wanted to mobilize his strength, but he could not. The strength around his body was quickly fading and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chu Li shook his head. "Let me tell you something. Your body and soul will be destroyed, and you won't be able to ascend to the Outland. You!" The young man glared at him and sneered while wiping his mouth. Chu Li, you won't have a good ending. The Grandmaster will hunt you down until you die. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to escape from the Grandmaster." Chu Li smiled faintly. "All right, I'll wait for them. I'll destroy every one of them. I want to see how many rank 1 Celestials the Outland has and how many can be lost. Not only will the Outland kill you, but they'll also kill your wife." The young man sneered. Chu Li narrowed his eyes and laughed. "That depends on their ability. You won't be able to see it." This hit his weak spot. Although Shao Qi's martial arts was strong, she could not stop a rank 1 Celestial. If the Outland really sent a rank 1 Celestial to deal with her, it would be dangerous. It seemed like he had to be more careful. Although Hui Qing was powerful, she was not a rank 1 Celestial. She was probably a rank 2 and could not protect Shao Qi. "Chu Li, you're dead." The young man slowly fell to the ground and was silent. There was no light shooting into the sky. His soul had been destroyed. The Imperial Sky Sword was indeed sinister. This sword destroyed his soul, and he completely disappeared from the world. He looked up at the sky and wanted to see if they would send more Celestials. He suddenly frowned and appeared on the Jade Guardian Island of the High Duke's public house. Shao Qi and Shao Shi were playing chess when Chu Li appeared out of thin air. Shao Shi was shocked and glared at him, but she knew that something urgent must have happened. Chu Li reached out and pulled the two women into his arms. Without saying a word, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the ice pond the next moment. A gust of wind blew past the clear mirror-like surface of the pond. It was an indescribably refreshing and pleasant feeling as it brushed against their faces. The two girls were instantly refreshed. The air in the High Duke's public house was very good. Moreover, because of the formation that Chu Li had set up on the Jade Guardian Island, the spiritual force was abundant and the air was even better. However, compared to the air here, it was still a lot worse. Chu Li could clearly feel the pores all over his body twitching. "Why are you here?" Xiao Shi turned her head and sized him up. "Not going to Spirit Crane's Peak? It'll be dangerous." "I don't want to implicate them," Chu Li said. Although the two spirit cranes of Spirit Crane's Peak were strong, they were not as strong as the Purple Dragon and the Dark Origin Tortoise. He was more at ease with them protecting him. Logically speaking, Celestials would not dare to come to 100,000 Hills. They would definitely die if they came. This was a forbidden area for enlightened masters and Celestials. As he spoke, he looked at the ice pond. The purple dragon and the dark origin tortoise were not in there. They had obviously gone to look for treasures. Thus, he called out to them in his heart. Seo Shur scoffed. You killed people again? Chu Li said, those animals deserve to die. There are also a few Celestials. I guess there will be more Celestials coming to kill me, or even you. Am I a burden again? Seo Chi said. Chu Li shook his head. They might not attack you, but it's safer for you to come. Seo Shur said, Chu Li, why doesn't the Grandmasters let you go? Because I'm a different species. I'm not under their control and I even ruined their plans. Chu Li shook his head. Then don't provoke them, Seo Shur said. Chu Li smiled. If I can't act freely and become a god, won't all my efforts be in vain? Act within your means and don't mess around, Seo Shur said. The war between the Ji dynasty and the Jing dynasty isn't something you can interfere with. It's better for you to get out of it. Chu Li smiled. I thought I could handle it, but now I realize that it's beyond my control. I heard that this war is very important and there are too many interests involved. It's not something you can handle alone. Seo Shur frowned. I heard from Lu Yurong that there are many Celestials involved. Chu Li slowly nodded. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard. Then, a purple silhouette appeared in the sky and was faintly discernible among the clouds. Is that the purple dragon? Seo Chi asked softly. Chu Li smiled. It's my original dragon that I transformed into. It's already so majestic, Seo Chi exclaimed. Seo Chi's eyes lit up as she stared at the purple dragon that was leisurely descending. The purple dragon rode on the fog and arrived above them in the blink of an eye. Then, the fog dispersed and the purple dragon suddenly descended. When it was about to reach the ground, it stretched out its claws and gently pushed the purple dragon away. A strong gust of wind blew and once again, the purple dragon slowly descended. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. This purple dragon was deliberately showing off its ability to control the wind and clouds in front of the two ladies. Seo Shur turned and asked, Can I ride it for a spin? Chu Li replied, No. The purple dragon was extremely docile in his hands because they had an extraordinary relationship. However, it was very arrogant to others. The pride of the dragon clan was deep in their bones. If it were not for the two ladies' close relationship with him, he would not even bother to get close to them. Seo Shur rolled her eyes at him but did not force him. She only stared at the purple dragon curiously. The purple dragon's appearance was indeed different from the white dragon and azure dragon. It was more majestic and ancient, which made people feel respect for it. It was hard to imagine that Chu Li could control such a giant dragon. A ray of light flashed and a palm-sized mystic origin turtle appeared on Chu Li's shoulder. Seo Shur and Seo Chi stared at the mystic origin turtle curiously. Chu Li explained and the two ladies were amazed. They did not expect such a huge spirit-devouring turtle to shrink to such a small size. It was truly novel. The wonders of a spirit beast were truly beyond imagination. Chu Li said, Stay here for a few days and wait for the news to die down before going to Goddess Attraction Mountain. Goddess Attraction Mountain was not safe now because the Celestials could arrive. When that time came, even Master and the others would not be able to stop them. After thinking about it, this was the best place. All right, you can go now. Seo Shur waved her hand and said, With them here, no one will make things difficult for us. Moreover, the scenery here is great. Bring some daily necessities over. We'll be in isolated cultivation so that we won't be a burden to you. Chu Li nodded. He went back and asked Xueling to prepare everything. Then, he brought everything here. There were tents, blankets, clothes, and some toiletries. There was even a small red clay stove for brewing tea and a jade cup for drinking tea. When everything was ready, Chu Li returned to where he was previously. When he appeared, there were already thousands of people around him. Chapter 1851. As soon as Chu Li appeared, a middle-aged general shouted, "Who are you?" Chu Li retracted his enlightened master's force field, his skills and aura, making him look like a grandmaster. That was why the middle-aged general dared to shout. Chu Li frowned and leaped into the air, stepping on the void as if he was walking on flat ground. He looked down at them and said, "Chu Li from the Ji dynasty. You're Chu Li?" The middle-aged general's expression changed. Chu Li said faintly, "They killed innocent people and tortured and killed defenseless civilians. They deserve to die 1,000 times for their crimes. They have already been executed." "You killed them?" The middle-aged general's face darkened. 200 grandmasters was a huge force and was crucial to this war. Without these 200 grandmasters, the war that was supposed to be a sure win suddenly became uncertain and full of variables. Chu Li said, "It's me. If you want revenge, you can come to me." "Chu Li, you're an enlightened master." The middle-aged general shouted, "Enlightened masters can't attack grandmasters." "There's no such rule in my eyes," Chu Li said. "As long as you kill the Ji dynasty's civilians, I don't care if you're an enlightened master, a grandmaster, or even an innate master, I'll kill you all the same." You. The middle-aged general pointed at him but did not dare to scold him. Chu Li was so unscrupulous. If he really dared to scold him, Chu Li would definitely kill him. Even if he really had scruples, he would not have killed these 200 grandmasters. To an enlightened master, this was a grave sin. Chu Li scoffed, "You guys have killed many of my Ji dynasty soldiers, right?" He used the omniscient mirror and realized that he was wrong. These soldiers were elites, but they had never fought with the Ji dynasty before. They were preparing to go to the battlefield. Everyone stared at him angrily. "Retreat!" the middle-aged general ordered. The soldiers stared at Chu Li in dissatisfaction but obeyed the order and started to retreat. They gradually left the 200 grandmasters on the ground. What made them angry was not the death of the 200 grandmasters. As soldiers, they did not care about anything else. They only saw the twisted and ferocious faces of the 200 grandmasters. It was obvious that they had suffered great pain before they died. Chu Li must have tortured them. Such methods were truly too despicable. If he wanted to kill, then kill. Why torture? Chu Li narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged general. The middle-aged general's heart turned cold. He knew that the situation was not good. He said in a low voice, "Chu Li, the war between the two armies is a national matter. It doesn't involve personal grudges. As an enlightened master, how can you interfere in the war between two countries?" Chu Li replied faintly, "I'll intervene whenever I want to." "It seems like you're good at managing the army. You're a rare, talented general. Who's your marshal this time?" "Our emperor," the middle-aged general said in a low voice. His heart kept sinking. He had walked the line between life and death so many times that his senses were sharp. He could feel Chu Li's killing intent. He was just a grandmaster. He had no chance of escaping from Chu Li. Chu Li asked, "Zhang Xilai?" "Yes." The middle-aged general nodded. Chu Li nodded slowly. "I want to see how many protectors he has with him this time." He then glanced at the middle-aged general. "You don't want to leave the battlefield, do you?" "That's right. If you want to kill him, then kill him," the middle-aged general said solemnly. Chu Li sighed. "I'm not someone who kills indiscriminately. It's just that if you don't die, the Ji dynasty's soldiers will be the unlucky ones. I have no choice but to cripple you." As soon as he finished speaking, his azure eyes flashed. Suddenly, the God-punishing thunder sword in his mind dispersed and shot toward more than 100 people among the 1,000 people. The middle-aged general and more than 100 people covered their heads and screamed. "Kill!" The anger that the soldiers had been suppressing suddenly burst out. They charged toward Chu Li without fear of death. Chu Li shook his head and stood in the void. He did not dodge the arrows that were shot at him. The arrows that fell like rain bounced off a meter away from Chu Li and fell to the ground. The arrows were useless against him. Chu Li shot more than 100 God-punishing needles again. Another 100 soldiers fell to the ground and screamed. After a while, Chu Li had crippled these 1,000 soldiers. From now on, they could no longer be provoked. If they had the slightest killing intent or sensed killing intent, they would immediately pass out. It was a pity for the middle-aged general. He was the backbone of the Jing dynasty and a future star general. Chu Li looked at them with satisfaction. He scoffed and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared outside a military camp. The endless number of tents covered the sky like white clouds in the sky. It was impossible to see the end of it. Fortunately, he had the omniscient mirror to observe the situation, so he did not get lost in these tents and was able to find Jing Shilai's tent. Jing Shilai's tent happened to be in the middle of the entire camp. It was where the killing intent condensed. Moreover, with the power of the army, this tent was almost invisible. If he did not have the omniscient mirror and the heavenly star insight skill, he would not have seen this tent. Moreover, this military formation was formed by 100,000 soldiers. The killing intent and blood energy gathered together. With a unique formation, it formed an unpredictable power. No one could fight it alone. Even an enlightened master would not dare to go directly against it. Chu Li stood outside the military formation and pondered, thinking of a way to break it. Every formation had a way to break it. The way to break this military formation was to disrupt its order. As long as the military camp was in chaos, the military formation would be in chaos and its power would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it was common to attack the camp first and then break the formation. He could see Jing Shilai's tent, but he could not break in directly. Otherwise, with the suppression of the military formation, he would not be able to use half of his power. Jing Shilai alone could kill him. However, it was not a good feeling to watch Jing Shilai sit in the military camp and sit peacefully in the Ji dynasty. Chu Li looked at a void and said, "Dong Guangyi, you've got guts." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Guangyi's figure appeared in the void where he was looking. He was dressed in green and held the black tortoise shield. He laughed proudly. "Haha, Chu Li, you've got guts. How dare you come here?" Chu Li said, "I'm just here to see what's going on." "Oh right, I've killed 200 of your grandmasters and 2 celestial beings. They brutally killed innocent people in the Ji dynasty. This is the Jing dynasty." 200 grandmasters? Dong Guangyi frowned. 200 grandmasters was not a small number. It had a huge impact on the entire army. This was the Jing dynasty's most important victory in this war. However, it was destroyed by Chu Li. It was really infuriating. Chu Li said, "Do you know what they've done? So what if I do and so what if I don't?" Dong Guangyi scoffed. He was extremely resentful towards Chu Li. Chu Li said, "If you know, I'll send you to die with them. If you don't, I'll spare your life." "You're so arrogant," Dong Guangyi said in disdain. "Chu Li, we know each other now. You don't have the ability to send me to heaven." Chu Li chuckled and shook his head. "Do you think I've sent them to heaven?" Dong Guangyi frowned and stared at Chu Li. Chu Li scoffed. "Their souls will be destroyed. It's impossible for them to reincarnate. This is the consequence of wreaking havoc in the Ji dynasty." Chapter 1852. Chu Li laughed out loud. "Too much? Compared to their cruel killing of civilians, this is still considered light. If there's a heavier punishment, they'll be sent to the 18th level of hell and tortured layer by layer." "You're so cruel." Dong Guangyi shook his head. "You're considered a prominent figure now, yet you're so narrow-minded. How laughable." Chu Li frowned. He could not be bothered to talk to him anymore. He said in a low voice, "Yum? Pao Shu? Stupid Tsu Chi is so timid. Guanadin? Chiu Chi Yi Sang Jun." He could feel Dong Guangyi's strength and the immense pressure he exerted. It was obvious that his cultivation level had increased greatly. "You have a good eye." Dong Guangyi chuckled and looked pleased. "I had a fortuitous encounter and my martial arts improved greatly. I'm no worse than you now, am I?" He realized that Chu Li was also improving, but in terms of cultivation level, he was already better than Chu Li. Moreover, he had cultivated a mystical technique that was enough to restrain Chu Li's palm energy and Sky Killer Sword, so he was not afraid of Chu Li. Even if he could not win, he could retreat unscathed. Chu Li was a little afraid of Dong Guangyi. The most important thing was the Black Tortoise Shield. If the Black Tortoise Shield could block the Sky Regicide Sword, then his most powerful move would be useless. He could only use the Supreme Vajra Palm. The power of the Supreme Vajra Palm was tyrannical, but it lacked a bit of murderous nature and had a bit more of a neutral and peaceful feeling. Chu Li said, "Cultivation level is cultivation level. We'll only know who's better when we fight. Make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck with his palm. A golden light descended from the sky and landed on his palm. Both palms turned golden and dazzling. Dong Guangyi raised his hand, and the shadow of a black tortoise slowly appeared in the void and landed on him. His body was faintly in the shape of a black tortoise, as if a black tortoise's soul was protecting his body. A blue light flashed in Chu Li's eyes and a god-punishing thunder sword shot out. Bang! Dong Guangyi swayed but quickly steadied himself. He smiled proudly. "Chu Li, soul attacks are useless against me. I'm protected by my ancestor's soul. Don't waste your energy." Chu Li said faintly, "It's extraordinary indeed. Then, take this." He pressed his palms towards Dong Guangyi. Two golden lights flashed and instantly reached Dong Guangyi's chest. This was also the power of the Supreme Vajra Palm. As long as the palm was unleashed, it would definitely hit, and the opponent would almost never be able to dodge it. After his palms turned golden, his body also sped up along with his palms. His speed was faster than usual, like a streak of light. Dong Guangyi smiled and let his palms hit his chest. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Dong Guangyi took a step back, and so did Chu Li. Chu Li frowned. The powerful rebounding force from his palms forced him to retreat. He could feel that his palm force had not penetrated Dong Guangyi's body. Dong Guangyi was like the supreme Vajra indestructible body that he had cultivated, and could block his palm force. He had always been the one to block the palm force of others. It was rare to see such a situation. Hee. Dong Guangyi laughed out loud. "Chu Li, are you hungry?" Chu Li's face darkened as he struck out with his golden palms again. Bang! Dong Guangyi still let his palm hit his chest. After both of them took a step back, Dong Guangyi was even more delighted. He knew that he could completely block Chu Li. He laughed and said, "Chu Li, what else do you have now? Why don't you try using the Sky Killer Sword?" As he spoke, he raised the black tortoise shield in his left hand. Chu Li's face darkened as he sneered. "Don't be so smug. I'd like to see whose cultivation level is higher." Again. Bang 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 bang. He kept hitting Dong Guangyi's chest with his palms, as if he was being stubborn. He did not hit anywhere else, only his chest. Dong Guangyi wanted to completely destroy Chu Li's confidence and push him down from the throne of the world's #1 master. He wanted to take the throne himself, so he accompanied Chu Li in his madness. He wanted to defeat him head-on. Bang 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 bang. The continuous muffled sound was like the beating of a drum. However, there were no soldiers around. Chu Li used the omniscient mirror to observe and found that all the soldiers in the military camp were practicing as usual. They were not curious about the muffled sound and did not leave the military camp to observe or inquire about it. Chu Li knew that Dong Guangyi must have discussed this with Zheng Xilai. Even so, he could see that the Zheng dynasty's soldiers were strict. However, in terms of military discipline, King Ping's soldiers were not inferior to them. As long as King Ping was given enough time, it was possible for him to turn the tables and even turn the tables. Dong Guangyi kept laughing and mocking Chu Li. Chu Li, can you do it? If you can't, just admit defeat. I won't kill you. Is this the style of the world's #1 master? I'm embarrassed for you, Chu Li. In my opinion, just admit defeat. Don't feel indignant anymore. Go back and practice well. Come back and challenge me again. Forget about 100 palms. Even if you hit me another 100 palms, you still won't be able to defeat me. Let's just forget about it. Alright, 200 palms. You do have some skills. I'm a little impressed by you. Your cultivation level is low, but your stamina is strong. I'm impressed. If you can withstand 200 palms, what about 300? Can you still hit 300 palms? Dong Guangyi kept attacking Chu Li's confidence, trying to destroy his spirit. He was speechless at the fact that Chu Li was able to launch 200 palm strikes in a row. He knew that Chu Li's powerful palm technique required him to exhaust all of his inner energy with each strike, but he was able to replenish it in time. It was evident that the heart technique he cultivated was marvelous. If Chu Li only relied on the supreme titanium scripture, he would not be able to instantly restore his cultivation level. However, with the help of the life and death scripture, the spiritual energy from Outland was endless. It forcefully poured in and turned into the supreme titanium scripture's inner energy, restoring his cultivation level. After 300 palms, Dong Guangyi was a little surprised. The black tortoise's shadow behind him began to solidify. He had already used the black tortoise's power, which was the accumulated power of the black tortoise shield in his hand. The black tortoise shield was the size of a palm, but it had accumulated a huge amount of power. He usually poured energy into the black tortoise shield when he was free, but he could not fill it up no matter what. It was like a bottomless pit. The more he was filled, the more he wanted to fill it up. He did not know how much inner energy he had poured into it. This made him extremely curious. He had also tried it before. Whenever he needed it, he could draw the inner energy that he had poured into the black tortoise shield. It was endless, and he did not know when it would be used up. With this black tortoise shield, he did not have to worry about his inner energy being used up. The black tortoise shield power that he used was recorded on the black tortoise shield. It was powerful, but it consumed a lot of inner energy. However, with the black tortoise shield, he did not have to worry about having insufficient inner energy. He was confident that he could exhaust Chu Li. At this time, he became stubborn and insisted on exhausting Chu Li. After 400 palms, Dong Guangyi was still full of inner energy. There was no abnormality, but his mouth was not idle. Chu Li, you've used all your strength, haven't you? What's the use? World's #1 master, I'm embarrassed for you. If it was me, if I couldn't win after so many palms, I would have lost my face long ago. Your skin is thicker than your cultivation level. The power in Chu Li's palms gradually weakened. The golden light was no longer as dazzling as before, and his movements were much slower. Dong Guangyi became more and more pleased. Your cultivation level is indeed strong, but unfortunately, there's always someone stronger than you. Chu Li, you're still a notch below me. Chu Li pursed his lips and remained silent. He continued to attack. Chapter 1853. Seeing that Chu Li was silent and was desperately waving his palms, and his palm energy was getting weaker, Dong Guangyi became more pleased and grinned. I say, Chu Li, stop. Don't lose too badly and embarrass yourself. After all, you were once the world's #1 master. Chu Li continued to attack without saying a word. What's the point of fighting like this? I'll never run out of inner energy. What about you? Dong Guangyi shook his head and laughed. You can't even hold on now, can you? Do you think you'll have a chance to defeat me because you recover quickly? Chu Li scoffed. Dong Guangyi laughed. What's the use of recovering quickly? My inner energy is endless, haha. Chu Li's face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. Dong Guangyi saw his gloomy expression and became even more pleased. Thinking that the person in front of him was the world's #1 master, he could not help but feel proud and heroic. He felt that from now on, he could do whatever he wanted in the world, and the title of the world's #1 would belong to him. Since ancient times, in tens of thousands of years, how many people had truly become the world's #1? He would definitely leave his name in history. Chu Li continued to attack, and the golden light on his palms became dimmer. On the other hand, Dong Guangyi felt that although Chu Li's palm energy was slightly weaker, it was not too weak. This was how it should be and how it could show off Chu Li's abilities. If Chu Li was so weak that he could not even use his palm, it would be a trick. Dong Guangyi sighed. Thinking of your power just now, I'm on guard. I can't be like you. Chu Li stared at him coldly and continued to attack without saying a word. Dong Guangyi laughed. But don't worry, I won't be like you because I'm luckier than you, haha. Chu Li frowned and scoffed. Dong Guangyi said proudly, to be honest, my aptitude is not the best. I'm definitely not as good as you, but I'm lucky. I've been lucky since I was young and had many fortuitous encounters to cultivate to this point. I believe that I'll have more fortuitous encounters and become stronger. Chu Li saw that he was so proud and asked, what fortuitous encounters did you have? Many fortuitous encounters. Dong Guangyi laughed. When I was young, I played in Black Tortoise Mountain and was bitten by a snake. Not only did I not die, but I also gained a strong inner energy. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and continued to strike with his palm. This time, his palm energy was slightly stronger. Dong Guangyi laughed out loud. He knew that Chu Li had been stimulated. He laughed out loud and said, that was just the beginning. After that, I went to look for that snake. In the end, I really found it. I killed it and ate it. As a result, I stepped into the innate mastery's boundary in one go. Haha, I don't even know how I entered the Xiantian realm. I fainted without knowing it, and when I opened my eyes, I've become a Xiantian master. Chu Li frowned and scoffed. What a joke. Dong Guangyi shook his head and said, I also think it's funny. That's why I became the youngest innate master in the mountain. I was 11 years old at that time. Chu Li said, you're a nobody in the Black Tortoise Mountain. Haha, this is the power of master, martial uncles, and martial ancestors. Dong Guangyi proudly smiled and said, they saw my potential and wanted to use me as a surprise attack, so they deliberately concealed my existence. From then on, no disciple is allowed to mention my name. How can they lock the news? Chu Li scoffed. Dong Guangyi said, I started to leave the mountain when I was 11 years old. I wandered alone and traveled to famous mountains and rivers. Because of my good luck, I might be able to gain something by entering famous mountains and rivers. Chu Li frowned and nodded. This was indeed the best choice. Dong Guangyi smiled and said, I didn't expect that I would have many fortuitous encounters. I've seen many caves and learned a wide variety of mystical arts and antique studies. Unknowingly, I've entered the Grandmaster's boundary. Impossible. Chu Li shook his head and said, if I don't enter the surpassing state, how can I enter the Grandmaster's boundary? This is the power of fortuitous encounters. Dong Guangyi said proudly, I don't know where I broke into. Maybe I was in the surpassing state but I didn't know it. Then, after staying for a while, I unknowingly became a Grandmaster. Chu Li's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, what good luck! Dong Guangyi laughed and said, not only did I become a Grandmaster, I also obtained a treasure. It's this black tortoise shield in my hand. Chu Li frowned and scoffed. Dong Guangyi said, in the beginning, I didn't think much of this black tortoise shield because it was too inconspicuous. I almost threw it away. It's only because it's a tortoise shell and the black tortoise power that I kept it. When I returned to the mountain and began to cultivate the black tortoise power officially, I realized the power of this black tortoise shield. With its help, I advanced by leaps and bounds and perfected the black tortoise power in one go. When my master ascended to heaven, I took over as an enlightened master and became the youngest enlightened master in the history of the Black Tortoise Mountain. Haha, this is all thanks to the Black Tortoise Shield. As he spoke, he proudly shook the Black Tortoise Shield in his left hand. Chuli glanced at the Black Tortoise Shield and said coldly, "It's just a tortoise shell. You make it sound so mystical. What a joke." "Haha, Chuli, you're too ignorant." Dong Guangyi shook his head and said, "You know about spirit beasts, right?" Chuli lightly said, "I have." Dong Guangyi smiled and said, "This black tortoise shield is the shell of a supreme grade spirit beast, black tortoise." A supreme grade spirit beast? Its abilities are unimaginable. The tortoise shell it left behind is even more mystical. It's a piece of cake for it to be able to block the sky regicide sword. It has even more magical uses. Tell me about it. His palms became dimmer, but his palm energy was only slightly weaker. He continued to strike. He faintly felt that the supreme Vajra palm was about to advance. After so many times of using all his strength, the supreme Vajra palm was showing signs of breaking through. This was how the supreme Vajra palm broke through. It could not be cultivated normally. It needed a strong opponent to stimulate and suppress it. Only then could it break through. Dong Guangyi said, "This black tortoise shield can store inner energy. As long as you pour your inner energy into it, it can be extracted when needed. You can extract as much as you pour in. Think about it, how can you compare to me?" Chuli frowned. "It won't dissipate?" "It won't." Dong Guangyi shook his head. Chuli scoffed and said, "It's magical indeed." Dong Guangyi laughed out loud and was extremely pleased. He was especially satisfied to show off in front of Chuli. Making his opponent envious and jealous was the happiest thing. He laughed and said, "So Chuli, don't waste your energy. It's better if you surrender now. I can spare your life as long as I cripple your cultivation level." Chuli sneered. "What's the difference between crippling my cultivation level and killing me?" He had too many enemies. Once his martial arts was crippled, he would not be able to live. Dong Guangyi obviously thought so. He wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. Chapter 1854. Dong Guangyi was stunned. Chuli smiled and lightly clapped his palms together. Dong Guangyi did not care and continued to meet the attack with his palms. Bang! Dong Guangyi was instantly sent flying. He used his original inner energy to meet the attack and naturally suffered a loss. Chuli's palm energy had doubled this time and could unleash 15 times the power of his inner energy. Chuli's cultivation level was already very high, and it showed how powerful the second level of the Supreme Vajra Palm was. Dong Guangyi spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and stared at Chuli in shock. Chuli sneered. "Let's see if you can still be proud this time." Bang 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 bang. After he attacked, the Supreme Vajra Palm advanced even faster and brought him to his opponent like a stream of light. There was no way to avoid it, and it hit Dong Guangyi's body. Dong Guangyi flew around in the air but no longer spat out blood. Instead, he smiled. Chuli's expression gradually turned gloomy. How could he not break through his defense? The black tortoise power did not have such a powerful defense. Dong Guangyi's defense had already surpassed the supreme indestructible body of diamond. This was indeed abnormal. It was not the black tortoise power but another mysterious technique to protect himself. Ha ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Dong Guangyi laughed in the air. Chuli frowned and stared at him but continued to attack. If this continued, he might be able to master the third level of the Supreme Vajra Palm. When that time came, he did not believe that Dong Guangyi would be able to block it. Dong Guangyi laughed heartily and said, "Do you think you can beat me after your martial arts have improved greatly?" Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry to disappoint you, ha ha. He laughed proudly and ignored Chu Li's palms on his chest. Chu Li asked coldly, "What martial arts is this?" "This is the magical effect of the Black Tortoise Shield." Dong Guangyi smiled. "The Black Tortoise Shield has an inheritance, the Black Tortoise Shield power." "How is it? Does it look good to you?" "The Black Tortoise Shield power." Chu Li gritted his teeth. This guy's luck was so good that it made people envious. Dong Guangyi laughed heartily. When the mysterious tortoise shield is combined with the mysterious tortoise shield, its power is multiplied. Last time, I couldn't master the mysterious tortoise shield and lost to you, Chu Li. I became courageous after knowing my shame and went into isolated cultivation. In the end, I managed to master it in one go. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Chu Li. Chu Li said coldly, "You're welcome. I have to thank you." Dong Guangyi laughed heartily and said, "If it wasn't for your provocation, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate this divine art, and I wouldn't have been able to snatch your throne as the world's #1. It's too early to say that," Chu Li said coldly. Both of his palms continued to strike out, and each strike had 15 times the strength of his body. However, such a terrifying palm force could not break through Dong Guangyi's defense. There was a strange layer of energy around Dong Guangyi's body that silently cancelled out the palm force. Chu Li felt that this layer of power must have originated from the Black Tortoise Shield. "Chu Li, you still want to win?" Dong Guangyi shook his head and laughed. "I really admire your tenacity. It is indeed not by luck that you can become the world's #1. It is a pity that you lost to luck. I am not as tenacious as you, nor am I as hard-working as you are. It is all thanks to luck that I can suppress you." Chu Li said, "Luck can't last forever. You have to be careful." "Haha, don't worry. As long as you become the world's #1, no one will dare to provoke you. You don't need to be too lucky." Dong Guangyi laughed out loud. "You don't have to attack me. I won't fall for it. I am extremely confident in luck." Chu Li sneered, "There will be someone with better luck. Then it will depend on your own ability." Dong Guangyi laughed. "But you won't be able to see that. Chu Li, if I were you, I would have given up long ago. Why struggle and waste my effort?" Chu Li said calmly, "I don't want to die." "Haha, there aren't many people who can say that so calmly." Dong Guangyi gave him a thumbs up with a look of admiration. "Especially since you are the world's #1 master. You still dare to say that you are afraid of death. How courageous of you!" Chu Li sneered. Dong Guangyi said, "But I understand you. Chu Li, you have offended too many devas and the entire Outland. Once you die and go to the Outland, you will not have a good life. Although the Outland is good, your life there is not as good as here." Chu Li scoffed and said nothing. What he said was the truth. Once he ascended to the Outland, he would be in great trouble. There would not be a good outcome and there would be no way to survive. He would definitely be tortured to death. He could not go to the Outland. Dong Guangyi shook his head. "If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it." "Fine, I will fulfill your wish. I won't let you go to the Outland and suffer." Chu Li squinted his eyes and said, "You want to destroy my soul?" Dong Guangyi laughed. "My offer is still valid. As long as you admit defeat, I will cripple your martial arts and spare your life. You can find a place where no one is around and live a carefree life." Dong Guangyi continued, "If you cripple your martial arts for 60 years, you will be considered an ordinary person. You will not ascend to the Outland but reincarnate. What do you think? Am I being merciful, Chu Li?" Chu Li sneered. "Thank you very much." As the two spoke, they exchanged palms. Bam bam, sounds were incessant and sounded like muffled thunder. In the end, Chu Li could not care less about restraining his energy. Everything within the range of their exchange was destroyed. Whether it was grass, trees, or rocks, everything was turned into dust. The dust was blown away by the palm-generated wind and scattered everywhere. There was nothing left on the ground. Dong Guangyi laughed. How about it, Chu Li? Do you admit defeat? No, Chu Li said in a low voice. Just as his palms were about to hit Dong Guangyi's chest, a layer of blue light suddenly appeared. Bam! Dong Guangyi's hair suddenly stood up as if it had exploded. His body was stiff and motionless. Only his eyes were wide open as he stared at Chu Li in disbelief. Chu Li reached out and grabbed his left palm, then pulled it hard. However, the black tortoise shield seemed to be glued to his palm. He could not pull it away. Chu Li scoffed and flicked a few acupuncture points on Dong Guangyi's wrist. Dong Guangyi's wrist instantly went limp and his palm lost its strength. He could only watch as Chu Li pulled the black tortoise shield away and kept it. At that moment, he had regained his mobility. His inner energy surged and he pounced on Chu Li. Shameless! Chu Li pushed his palms forward. Bam! Dong Guangyi flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Li could feel that his defense had been greatly reduced. The strange force that counteracted the palm energy had weakened by more than half. There was less than a third of it left. His supreme Vajra palm could already break through it. Chu Li smiled, then quickly restrained himself and continued to attack. Bam 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 bam! He attacked faster. The spiritual energy of the Outland turned into a golden light pillar that enveloped his entire body. It entered through all of his pores and turned into the supreme true Vajra scripture's inner energy. Dong Guangyi flew around in the air. This time, he kept spitting out blood and his complexion was getting worse. Chapter 1856. Bam 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 bam! Under the continuous attacks of the supreme Vajra palm, Dong Guangyi's aura gradually weakened. He suddenly somersaulted in the air, took out a pill from his bosom, and swallowed it. Chu Li's palms suddenly turned blue and hit him lightly. Dong Guangyi's movements froze. Chu Li reached out and grabbed the jade bottle and the pill, stuffing them back into his sleeve. Then, he used his other hand to quickly tap on the man's body, trying to seal his acupuncture point. However, he realized that it was very difficult to seal his acupuncture points, because a strange force was circulating, constantly dispelling the force of his finger. His left palm turned blue and hit him again. A cold light flashed on his waist, and was about to break his limbs. Bam! Dong Guangyi suddenly burst into a dazzling light and a huge force surged out. Chu Li disappeared in a flash, and appeared 100 feet away in the next moment. He was worried that Dong Guangyi was using the mutual destruction technique. Dong Guangyi's cultivation level was high and this technique was enough to kill him. Even if it could not kill him, it could still severely injure him and prevent others from taking advantage of it. After a while, he frowned. Dong Guangyi had escaped. It was obvious that he had used some kind of treasure to escape and saved his life at the crucial moment. He hurriedly focused his senses and tried to deduce Dong Guangyi's location through the mystic tortoise shield. However, there was a cloud of fog and he couldn't sense it at all. Chu Li shook his head. This treasure was really unusual. Lucky people were annoying and could not be killed no matter what. Chu Li had clearly used his ultimate move to condense the power of the Thunder Orb into the supreme Vajra palm. After the power of thunder and lightning merged, the person who was hit by the palm froze. The power of thunder and lightning greatly increased the power of the supreme Vajra palm and could directly break through the defense. The mysterious tortoise shield could not block it. Dong Guangyi could still escape under such power. Chu Li could only sigh at the importance of luck. He wanted to kill him but was not determined because Dong Guangyi had endless treasures and many fortuitous encounters. He wanted to explore them one by one. Even if he could not use them, he could give them to his disciple, Pang Shurji. He wanted to cripple him first and then dig out his mind. He could not bear to kill him. Otherwise, when Dong Guangyi was hit by the supreme Vajra palm, he could have killed him with the Sky Killer Sword and succeeded. However, it still might not be able to kill him. This was because this kind of escape-type protective treasure was usually able to operate on its own. Once the danger approached, it would immediately activate, and Dong Guangyi would still be able to escape. Hopefully, Dong Guangyi's treasure could only be used once. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. The next time he tried to kill him, he would be able to escape. He suddenly smiled and took out the black tortoise shield from his bosom. The mystic tortoise shield actually produced a strange power. It struggled out of his hand and was about to disappear. Chu Li scoffed softly. His right palm was once again dyed with a layer of blue light as he reached out and grabbed the mystic tortoise shield. His right palm that had executed the supreme Vajra palm was exceptionally fast. It caught hold of the mystic tortoise shield when it was hidden in the void. Thunder and lightning wrapped around the supreme Vajra palm and drilled in, colliding with the strange aura of the mystic tortoise shield. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded from within the black tortoise shield. Chu Li felt an incomparably tyrannical recoil. The shield of the mystic tortoise contained an enormous amount of power. He was knocked back the moment he touched it, and he almost vomited blood from the impact. He hurriedly retracted the supreme Vajra palm force and frowned as he looked at the mystic tortoise shield that was about to leave his hand. He did not think that this treasure would actually recognize him as its owner. Although he had snatched it back, he could not control it. Dong Guangyi, who was thousands of miles away, sneered as he sat in a cave. This cave was filled with strange runes, but it was a space of its own. This cave could not be sensed, so it was the best place to hide. He sat here with an incomparably calm heart. He was not afraid that Chu Li would chase after him at all. He took out another jade bottle from his bosom and stuffed 2 black pills into his mouth. Then, he revealed a cold smile. He had underestimated Chu Li. He was indeed a treacherous person. He had been hiding his strength and showing weakness all along. It was only at the last moment that he revealed his ferocious fangs and turned the tables. He had almost beaten himself into the gutter and could no longer turn the tables. If it was not for the Heaven Evasion ruler, he would not have been able to escape from Chu Li's evil hands. This guy was too despicable. He gritted his teeth in hatred and clenched his fists tightly. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging like earthworms. He must take revenge. Chu Li was too naive. Did he really think that he could get the black tortoise shield by snatching it? If the black tortoise shield was so easily snatched, it would not be a treasure anymore. Although it was now in Chu Li's hands, Chu Li could not do anything about it. In the end, it would still return to his side. It would only recognize him as its owner. When he thought of this, he could not help but laugh out loud. When he thought of how Chu Li had watched the black tortoise shield escape from his hand and disappear into thin air, he suddenly felt extremely happy. It was a pity that the black tortoise shield could only defend and not attack. Otherwise, he could directly control it to kill Chu Li from thousands of miles away. It would be the best opportunity when Chu Li was not defending. What a pity! He could not stop shaking his head. He immediately realized that he was too greedy. The black tortoise shield was already extremely rare. It was the best treasure in the world. He frowned. Why was he not back yet? Logically, Chu Li should be studying the black tortoise shield now. Once he used his inner energy, the black tortoise shield would begin to resist and escape from Chu Li's hand to appear beside him. Could it be that Chu Li was so patient that he had not studied the black tortoise shield for so long? According to common sense, he would be eager to study something that he had taken back with great difficulty. Could it be that Chu Li was in trouble and could not care about the black tortoise shield? It seemed that it was a good thing that the black tortoise shield did not return. Maybe someone had avenged him. When he thought of this, he calmed down. It did not matter who had the black tortoise shield. As long as he studied it and used his inner energy, the black tortoise shield would naturally escape and return to his side. When he thought of this, he continued to use his inner energy to heal himself. Chuli looked at the black tortoise shield that was restless and wanted to escape from his hand. He frowned. His mind raced, and he suddenly used the black tortoise power. As soon as the black tortoise power was used, the restless black tortoise shield immediately calmed down. Chuli smiled. As expected, the black tortoise power was continuously injected into it. It was indeed like a bottomless abyss. No matter how much inner energy was injected, it did not fill up. It was as if it could contain an endless amount of inner energy. Chuli tried to integrate a trace of the vermilion power's inner energy into the black tortoise power. Unfortunately, as soon as the vermilion power's inner energy appeared, it was immediately attacked by the aura of the black tortoise shield. It was immediately destroyed. It seemed that it only absorbed the aura of the black tortoise power. Chuli shook his head helplessly. His spirit was lifted again. There was an inheritance hidden in its body. How could he obtain it? He searched for a while but found nothing. He did not feel any inheritance. It only felt like a bottomless pit. No matter how much inner energy was injected, there was no reaction. He tried to shoot a god-killing needle at the black tortoise shield, but it was destroyed without a sound. The inheritance still did not appear. Chuli frowned. Could it be that his luck was not good enough to obtain this inheritance? Or was it because Dong Guanyi had already obtained it, and it had completely disappeared? Chapter 1857. Unfortunately, this was the way of the world. Wishful thinking did not work. He thought about it and was unwilling to give up. He had to study it thoroughly and find the inheritance. Thus, he shot the thunder sword into it. Bang! A giant tortoise suddenly appeared above the black tortoise shield. It was the same giant tortoise that drilled into Dong Guanyi's body. Dong Guanyi was in the cave and could not help but sneer. Chuli must be thinking of getting the inheritance. What a dream, ha. He could not help but laugh again. He was extremely lucky to be able to get the inheritance. There were many coincidences, and he had already obtained a treasure. He did not know the use of this treasure, but he felt that it was extraordinary, so he kept it with him. When he obtained the black tortoise shield, the two treasures collided and emitted a blinding light. Then, the treasure was smashed into pieces, but the black tortoise shield was fine. When he held the black tortoise shield again, a heart technique flowed in his heart. It was the heart technique of the black tortoise shield. This kind of coincidence was probably rare in 1,000 years. It was a fool's dream for Chuli to obtain the black tortoise shield. Without the black tortoise shield, the power of the black tortoise shield could not be unleashed. It was just a slightly harder shield. When he thought of Chuli's frustrated and disheartened look, he could not help but grin. This time, he lost too badly. Compared to the first time, it made him even angrier and more frustrated. Only by thinking like this could he relieve the depression in his heart. He could not let himself be depressed all the time. He needed to laugh. However, he did not feel at ease when the black tortoise shield did not return. He felt inexplicably anxious. Thus, he stepped out of the cave and sensed the black tortoise shield. His expression changed. He had lost connection with the black tortoise shield. The black tortoise shield had changed owners. Chuli. It must be Chuli. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill him right there and then. The mystic tortoise shield was the treasure that he valued the most. It was compatible with the black tortoise divine technique and his martial arts, as if it was a supreme treasure that belonged to him. However, Chuli had taken it away from him. He swore to take revenge. He clenched his teeth for a long time and returned to the cave. Then, he laughed out loud. So what if he had the mystic tortoise shield? He would never be able to obtain the inheritance of the mystic tortoise shield and cultivate the mystic tortoise shield divine technique. Without the shield of the black tortoise power, the shield of the black tortoise was just a hard shell with limited effectiveness. Chuli must be very depressed right now, haha. Whenever he thought of Chuli being depressed, he would feel delighted. Most of his depression had dissipated. Chu Li looked at the mystic tortoise shield thoughtfully and continued to stab with the god-slaying thunder sword. Both the omniscient mirror and the heavenly star insight technique told him that he had used the right method, but he needed a stronger attack to succeed. One after another, god-slaying thunder swords materialized and pierced forward. The shadow on the black tortoise shield gradually solidified, as if a real black tortoise had appeared. This was Chu Li's first time seeing the appearance of the black tortoise, and it was indeed different from the mystic origin tortoise. With a thought, he suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared in Jueyuan Valley. According to the rules, spirit beasts could not appear outside the 100,000 hills, but there were two exceptions. One was Goddess Attraction Mountain, which was protected by the Golden Dragon, and the other was Jueyuan Valley, where spiritual energy did not leak. Even if there were spirit beasts, no one would be able to sense them. Huh! He was suddenly stunned as he saw a graceful and moving white figure standing by the pool. He recognized it was Sun Mingyue at a glance. Sun Mingyue stood quietly by the pool, lost in thought, and did not notice his appearance. This was extremely rare for an enlightened master. Chu Li coughed softly. Sun Mingyue trembled and quickly turned her head. When she saw Chu Li, her almond-shaped eyes above the white veil flashed, and she scoffed. "Why are you here?" Chu Li smiled. "I should be the one asking you this. You have a lot of things to attend to every day, how do you have the time to come here?" "I'm upset, so I came here to relax," Sun Mingyue said lightly. She took off the white veil, revealing her beautiful and flawless face. Chu Li said, "Is it because of the Grandmaster?" Sun Mingyue nodded lightly. Her soul didn't vanish, she just returned to the Grandmaster's boundary. "What's there to be upset about?" Chu Li chuckled. "You can't be blamed for this. After all, she was the one who initiated it, and she committed suicide." "I'm just afraid that the Grandmaster doesn't think so." Sun Mingyue shook her head and sighed. "Master will be the one suffering. Since the Grandmaster could not punish her, she would definitely vent her anger on Master." When she thought of this, she felt guilty and anxious. She wanted nothing more than to ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary, but what could she say if she really ascended to the Grandmaster's boundary? Chu Li said, "You're asking for trouble." Sun Mingyue glared at him. Chu Li smiled. "You should think of it this way. If we didn't know each other, would your Grandmaster do this?" "Of course." Sun Mingyue nodded slowly. Chu Li said, "If we didn't know each other, it would be difficult for your Grandmaster to ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary. I would be the first to kill her, and I would destroy both her body and soul. She would completely disappear from this world, and she would never have the chance to ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary again." Sun Mingyue rolled her eyes at him. Chu Li smiled. "I know what's bothering you." Sun Mingyue scoffed. "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore." Chu Li said, "If you didn't save me, I might have died, and this incident wouldn't have happened. Your Grandmaster wouldn't have ascended to the heavens in advance. Is that what you're thinking?" "No," Sun Mingyue quickly said. She had indeed thought of this before. If she did not save Chu Li back then, her Grandmaster would not have been in trouble. At the end of the day, it was still her responsibility. The key point was that she could not save Chu Li, so her sin was not light. She was not as loyal to her master. Chu Li smiled. "You don't have to blame yourself. If you didn't save me, I wouldn't have died, and I would still be the same person I am now. However, your Grandmaster would have definitely died." "You talk big." Sun Mingyue scoffed. Chu Li grinned. "I can resurrect the dead. It's not like you haven't experienced it before." "Alright, you're right. I thought too highly of myself to save you," Sun Mingyue said. Chu Li laughed and quickly changed the topic. "What do you think, Sun Fashing? Does he still want to go against the Ji dynasty?" Sun Mingyue scoffed and did not confront him. Instead, she changed the topic. "He was a little hesitant before, But after the Ji dynasty was defeated, he was still inclined to cooperate with the Zheng dynasty to divide the Ji dynasty. Chu Li shook his head. Divide the Ji dynasty. In the eyes of the other countries, the Ji dynasty is indeed too weak. The Zheng dynasty is very powerful, and with the participation of the celestial beings, this is a rare opportunity. Sun Mingyue said. Chu Li asked, "Aren't they afraid of death?" His words were spoken calmly, but they were filled with murderous intent. Sun Mingyue shook her head. From what I know, Sun Fashing has already arranged for his funeral. Even if he's killed by you, the Li dynasty will continue to cooperate with the Zheng dynasty, just like the Zheng dynasty. Since Zheng Donglai has arranged for his funeral, it won't affect his victory. Moreover, it's not a difficult thing for an enlightened master to ascend to the heavens. It's not worth mentioning to the celestial beings 60 years earlier or later. Chapter 1858. Sun Mingyue said, "You have to understand that it is difficult to truly control the world by solely relying on killing. Other than killing, there needs to be enough benefit. If the benefits are strong enough, even the Celestials may not follow the orders of the Grandmaster." Benefits, Chu Li said slowly. I understand this too. Unfortunately, the world is in chaos because of the Celestials. The biggest benefit now is war, but I oppose war. It is against the natural order, so naturally, there is no benefit to speak of. Sun Mingyue sighed and nodded lightly, indeed. Even the Buddhists needed the arrival of chaos in order to gain more believers, not to mention the celestial beings, who were even more indifferent to the life and death of mortals. As long as the war created enough grandmasters, the chaos would stimulate more grandmasters to come, and they would do anything they wanted. To the enlightened masters, the life and death of this world's people were insignificant. They would eventually ascend to the Grandmaster, and their benefits in the Grandmaster were the most important. The Celestials and enlightened masters were blindly trying to please the Grandmaster and had no pity for the people of this world. How could the world not be in chaos? On the other hand, Grandmasters did not have any respect for life and death. Instead, they blindly pursued to ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary. They were reckless and willful. Even if they died, it would still be worth it. They could directly ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary and improve their cultivation level through fighting. The higher their cultivation level in this world, the stronger their cultivation level would be when they reach the Grandmaster's boundary. With the rise of the tide, the best way to increase their cultivation level was to fight to the death. Only Chu Li was compassionate, but he was weak and could not do anything alone. He had to fight against all the enlightened masters and celestial beings in the world, as well as all the grandmasters. No matter how strong he was, even if he was the world's #1 master, it was still impossible for him to win. Chu Li smiled. Even so, what should be done must be done. I cannot give up just because it is difficult. You, Sun Mingyue sighed, you're too stupid. Chu Li smiled, so be it. There are so many smart people in this world. I would rather be a fool. Sun Mingyue's phoenix eyes twinkled and became more and more captivating. She took a deep look at Chu Li and shifted her gaze to the clear surface of the pond. We will still be opponents in the future. Let's have a secret signal in advance. Chu Li nodded. The previous scene would definitely happen again in the future. The two of them would be opponents in the future. The two of them had a tacit understanding, and they could understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. However, for safety's sake, they still decided on a secret code. They agreed on when to attack, when to help, and when to heavily injure each other. At that time, it was inevitable that he would have to put on an act and deceive the world. If I'm really in desperate straits, don't think about saving me. Just send me on my way. Chu Li said slowly, I don't have any resentment if I die in your hands, but if I die in someone else's hands, my resentment will be hard to quell. It will affect my state of mind and cultivation. You dare to go to the realm beyond heaven? Sun Mingyue scoffed. Chu Li chuckled. Why wouldn't I? I just hate human realm beyond heaven and don't want to go there, not because I'm afraid. Don't even think about it. I won't send you off. Sun Mingyue snorted. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Rather than dying in the hands of others, I'd rather die in your hands. I don't agree, Sun Mingyue said coldly. Chu Li smiled and did not say anything else. Sun Mingyue said faintly, You still have to be careful of one person. Chu Li asked, Dong Guangyi, right? That's right. Sun Mingyue frowned slightly. I can't see through this person. I've done a thorough investigation. This person is extremely lucky and has many fortuitous encounters. He's very powerful and will be a strong opponent for you. You must be careful. I've just fought with him, Chu Li said. You won the last time, but it might not be the same next time, Sun Mingyue said. Chu Li shook his head. I just fought with him today. As he said this, he shook the black tortoise shield in his hand and smiled. I took this from him. Sun Mingyue was shocked. He provoked you again? That means he's confident of winning. It wasn't easy for you to win, right? Chu Li nodded slowly and told her what happened. Although Sun Mingyue was a bishop, it was inevitable that she would have to face Dong Guangyi. It was better to let her guard up. The second level of the Supreme Vajra Palm? Sun Mingyue pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. Then, she shook her head. I'm still cultivating the Great Light Scripture. This scripture is a supreme heart technique. It's a top-notch heart technique even in the realm beyond heaven. Chu Li said, It's great to be able to cultivate one, but I can't. I'm cultivating the supreme Vajra scripture. He knew why Sun Mingyue cultivated the Great Light Scripture so hard. It was because the inheritance of the Holy Church of Light was extremely powerful. Otherwise, she would not have reached the Great Light surpassing state. Other Grandmasters could not ascend to heaven after they died, but the Grandmasters of the Holy Church of Light could. It was obvious how powerful they were. The Great Light Scripture was a top-notch heart technique, but he was not a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. It would be difficult for him to obtain the subsequent inheritance. Therefore, to him, the Supreme Vajra Scripture was more important. Sun Mingyue said, Don't worry. I won't let go of the Supreme Vajra Scripture. Chu Li smiled. Sun Mingyue looked at him deeply. I should go back. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Why are you in such a hurry? There are too many things to do in the church. I'm just taking a break, Sun Mingyue said helplessly. Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingyue took a deep breath and suddenly disappeared. Chu Li watched her disappear and felt a sense of loss. Soon, he calmed himself down and had a thought. A moment later, the void fluctuated violently. Then, the purple dragon and the dark origin tortoise appeared in Enyuan Valley and dived into the pool. Chu Li's voice rang in their ears. Then, he took out the dark tortoise shield. After shooting out the god-killing thunder sword several times, the shadow of the dark tortoise appeared above the dark tortoise shield. His purpose was to let the two spirit beasts see the dark tortoise's appearance. Then, when they encountered the dark tortoise in 100,000 hills, they would quickly hide far away. At the level of supreme spirit beasts, they could control and release their aura freely. When they usually stayed in 100,000 hills, Chu Li speculated that they mostly restrained their aura. Otherwise, it would be too noisy and annoying. He let the two spirit beasts see the dark tortoise's appearance to prevent them from carelessly offending the dark tortoise because they did not recognize a supreme spirit beast. That would be troublesome. After the two spirit beasts saw the dark tortoise's appearance, they both looked surprised as if they could not believe that it would look like this. The dark origin tortoise suddenly leaped from the water onto Chu Li's left palm and jumped onto the dark tortoise shield. Its round eyes immediately narrowed and revealed an extremely comfortable expression. It was as if Chu Li channeled the black tortoise power for it. Chu Li could not help but laugh. He placed his right hand on its back and channeled the black tortoise power for it. However, the purple dragon stared at Chu Li's left hand. Its eyes did not even blink, as if it was stunned. Chu Li looked at its big eyes in amusement. He found it amusing. His voice rang in the purple dragon's ear. Could it be that you've seen it before? We have. The purple dragon's dignified voice rang in Chu Li's mind. Chu Li was surprised. When? It was the first thing we encountered when we left the ice pool, the purple dragon said. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. He then shook his head. It seemed that these supreme spirit beasts were still watching him. In that case, it seemed that they did not have any ill intentions towards the purple dragon and the dark origin tortoise. Otherwise, a single dark origin tortoise would be able to destroy them. This made him sigh in relief. It's in an abyss not far from the ice pool, the purple dragon said. Should we look for it? Chu Li shook his head without hesitation. Chapter 1859. Zilong tilted his head and looked at him in confusion. At this moment, the mystic origin tortoise lying on the mystic tortoise shield suddenly swelled up and spat out a mouthful of black gas. This black gas was like a black fog that lingered in the air without dispersing, exuding a cold aura as if it was the coldest and most icy aura in the world. Zilong could not help but retreat a little, afraid of coming in contact with it. Chu Li was startled and looked at the mystic origin tortoise. The mystic origin tortoise motioned Chu Li to bring the mystic tortoise shield closer. Chu Li did not hesitate and brought the mystic tortoise shield closer. Bang! A muffled sound came from inside the mystic tortoise shield. Then, a shadow of a mystic tortoise emerged and slowly rose. Chu Li looked up at this shadow. Even though it was only a shadow, Chu Li could still feel an overwhelming power, and this was only the first level of a supreme spirit beast's spirit energy field. Seeing this shadow, Chu Li could not help but recall the scene when he first saw a supreme spirit beast. He felt an inexplicable fear. As Yangming's cultivation became stronger, he had a deeper understanding of the power of supreme spirit beasts. Every time he recalled that scene, his heart would palpitate. He felt that he was ignorant, fearless, and extremely daring back then. It was truly fortunate that he managed to survive. The shadow slowly rose to a height of 30 feet and then slowly shrank. As it shrank, it became more and more solid and clear. In the end, it looked like a real mystic tortoise, except for its aura. It seemed to come to life, looking down at Chu Li, Zilong, and the mystic origin tortoise from the void. Finally, it moved its 4 legs, and as if it was swimming, it lightly burrowed into Chu Li's head. Chu Li wanted to dodge but could not react in time. Its movements seemed slow, but they were extremely fast. He could only watch as it burrowed into his head. After it burrowed into his head suddenly felt cool and refreshed. He was overjoyed. This was obviously a good sign. It was very likely that the mystic origin tortoise had a way to activate the inheritance in the mystic tortoise shield. His luck was pretty good. He could not help but want to laugh. The little beast, who had its eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened its eyes and inhaled. Immediately, the mystic origin tortoise that had burrowed into his head rushed toward it. When it approached the little beast, it suddenly turned into a pitch-black aura and burrowed into the little beast's mouth. The little beast opened its mouth and burped. Its strange face showed satisfaction, and then it spat out a white aura. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Originally, he thought that his luck was also very good, and he could also obtain the inheritance of the mystic tortoise shield, but he didn't expect that at the last moment the little critter would actually spoil his plans. He had nothing to say. This little critter's appearance was strange. It was definitely not an ordinary creature. It would definitely be of great use in the future. He could only endure it for causing a bit of trouble now. The white aura drifted in his mind. Chu Li sighed. He materialized his body in his mind and reached out to scoop up the white-colored breath. Suddenly, a mnemonic chant appeared in his mind. Ha ha! Chu Li laughed out loud. This mnemonic chant was the mental cultivation method of the mystic tortoise shield. His luck was indeed not bad. If he could really obtain the mystic tortoise shield, his luck would be comparable to Dong Guangyi's. Since that was the case, it was highly possible that he could kill Dong Guangyi. His spirit was instantly shaken, and his killing intent blazed. In an instant, 6 god-slaying thunder swords were condensed in his mind. He first carefully thought about the mental cultivation method of the mystic tortoise shield. In fact, it was very simple. He just had to guide the force of the mystic tortoise shield into his body, and then circulate it in his body for a sufficient amount of time. Then he could cultivate from the 1st level to the 9th level. The mental cultivation method was plain and simple. The key was the force of the mystic tortoise shield. Without the force of the mystic tortoise shield, it would be useless even if he cultivated hard. This was because the mystic tortoise shield relied on the mystic tortoise shield to unleash the defensive ability of the mystic tortoise to its peak. Chu Li frowned and thought about it. He faintly felt that this mental cultivation method was probably passed down by the Spirit Beast sect. In the world, only the Spirit Beast sect was so familiar with the mystic tortoise, and only the Spirit Beast sect could create this divine technique based on the characteristics of the mystic tortoise. After cultivating this mystic tortoise shield, it was estimated that he could achieve half of the mystic tortoise's defensive power. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. In the end, he still could not compete with a supreme spirit beast. However, if it was stacked with the supreme indestructible body, coupled with the Sky Killer Sword, could it achieve the defense of the mystic tortoise? He was extremely curious, so he directly began to cultivate in Endyuan Valley. As for the matters outside the valley and the general trend of the world, he temporarily put them aside. After killing more than 200 grandmasters, the Jing dynasty's strength was greatly reduced. With King Ping's ability, it was enough to stabilize the situation, and it would not worsen for the time being. As for the future, if he could cultivate this mystic tortoise shield and stack it with the supreme indestructible body and the Sky Killer Sword, he would be able to sweep away all heroes. At that time, they would have no choice but to withdraw their troops. If he killed Jing Shilai, there might be another emperor to inherit the throne. In that case, he would kill him again. He wanted to see whether the Jing family had more royal disciples or his own sword. Inside the Jing dynasty's military tent, a thin and handsome middle-aged man in a yellow robe rested his chin on his right hand. He lay lazily on the dragon table and looked at the 2 rows of generals below him with flagging interest. The 2 rows of generals were fully armored, and their silver light shone. A solemn aura assaulted one's face. The temperature inside the tent was far lower than outside, and the air seemed to have solidified. "Tell me, how do we deal with this Chu Li?" The handsome middle-aged man's sharp gaze swept across the generals, and he said slowly, "Is the Jing dynasty unable to deal with Chu Li?" "Your Majesty, Chu Li is the world's #1 master. We really don't have any good ideas." An elder standing in the center on the left fist saluted and said, "The only way is to surround and kill him with masters, but the former emperor has already tried. It's impossible to surround and kill Chu Li. Elder Li, tell me, what should we do?" Jing Shilai waved his hand and said, "Come to the front." The elder stepped forward and came to the dragon table. He fist saluted and said, "I think there's only one way." "Say it." Jing Shilai quickly waved his hand. "Hurry up and say it, don't leave us hanging." The elder said, "Kill him with military formations." "How do we kill him with military formations?" Jing Shilai said, "Elder Li, tell me everything in one go. Don't leave half of it. It's not like you don't know my impatient temper, hurry up and say it." "Use your Majesty as bait to lure Chu Li into military formations," the elder said slowly, "then gather and kill him." "No. We can't." The thin middle-aged man standing at the front on the left said, "General Li, this plan can't be used." The elder said, "Now that things have come to this, this is the only way." Has General Li thought about the risks of this plan? The thin middle-aged man shook his head. Chu Li's ferocity is beyond imagination. Once he steps in front of your Majesty's life and death will be on the line. I'm afraid. I think we can find a substitute. General Ning, do you think a substitute can hide from Chu Li? The elder shook his head. Chu Li is the #1 enlightened master among the enlightened masters. His senses are beyond our imagination. Can a fake emperor lure him over? That's underestimating Chu Li. Still, we can't use your Majesty as bait. The thin middle-aged man said, I think we don't have to keep an eye on Chu Li. Ignore him, we'll fight our own battles. The elder with the surname Li sneered. Ignore him? What if Chu Li kills another 200 grandmasters? How many grandmasters in our army of 100,000 can withstand his massacre? Chapter 1860. The skinny middle-aged Ning Zhe frowned. Your Majesty, I would like to know, as an enlightened master, can Chu Li kill grandmasters so recklessly? Aren't enlightened masters not allowed to attack grandmasters? Jing Shilai nodded slowly. He straightened his body and scoffed. We enlightened masters can't simply attack grandmasters, but Chu Li is different. His enlightened master isn't simple. He's different from us. So, he can kill grandmasters without fear, and the grandmasters won't care? Ning Zhe frowned. If this goes on, won't the whole world be in chaos and all grandmasters will be in danger? He can kill as he pleases. We can't control him even if we want to. Jing Shilai shook his head. Chu Li's way of becoming an enlightened master is different from other enlightened masters. The heavenly rules have limited restrictions on him, so it's as you said. He can kill whoever he wants. Then we have to get rid of him no matter what. Ning Zhe said in a low voice. Moreover, he can summon the heroes to attack together. He can kill grandmasters without any scruples. That means he's the enemy of all grandmasters. All the grandmasters want to get rid of him. No matter how many grandmasters there are, it's useless against him. Jing Shilai said faintly. To an enlightened master, a grandmaster is not worth mentioning, so don't even think about killing Chu Li. My brother brought 8 top-notch celestial beings and 4 enlightened masters and still failed to kill him. No matter how many grandmasters you bring, it'll be useless. Don't waste your energy. So we can only use military formations? Ning Zhe said. Elder Li Yanming was secretly pleased, but his face was calm. He said slowly, if we want to kill Chu Li, we can only use military formations. Military formations were different from other formations as they were condensed by soldiers' killing intent and vigor. It had a natural suppressive effect on inner energy. No matter how powerful an enlightened master was, he would be limited and weakened in a military formation. His connection with the spiritual energy of the outside world would be cut off. Even if he was still connected, it would be strenuous as he no longer had endless inner energy. As long as he no longer had endless inner energy, he could be killed through exhaustion. No matter how strong Chu Li was, once he entered a military formation, he would turn from a dragon to a worm and be killed by the soldiers. This would clear the Jing dynasty's obstacle in devouring the Ji dynasty. Looks like we can only use military formations. Jing Shilai nodded slowly. He got up from the dragon throne and paced in front of the table with his hands behind his back. The generals stared at him without blinking, waiting for his decision. Even Ning Zhe, who was originally against it, couldn't help but hesitate. After a while, Ning Zhe shook his head and said, Your Majesty cannot take the risk personally. We cannot afford to lose Your Majesty again. Jing Shilai said lightly. If my brother can die, why can't I? Zheng'an will take over after I die. Zheng'an was Jing Donglai's son. Originally, he should have been the crown prince. Unfortunately, Jing Donglai didn't pass the throne to his son for the sake of the Jing dynasty. Instead, he gave it to his younger brother. Jing Shilai was grateful to his elder brother's generosity and had long decided to return the throne to his elder brother's son. Your Majesty, you can't, Li Yanming hurriedly said. Jing Shilai cast a sidelong glance at him. Li Yanming said, Your Majesty, although Prince En is a martial artist, he is too upright and not suitable to inherit the throne. What do you think? Jing Shilai squinted at him. Li Yanming said in a low voice, It's better to let Prince Hun inherit the throne. Prince Hun has a mellow temperament. Humph, elderly, you're getting bolder. Aren't you afraid of death? Jing Shilai said snappily. As a subject, it was a taboo to interfere with the selection of the crown prince or even the succession of the throne. One's head could fall at any moment. Even if one's heart belonged to someone else, one would not say it out loud. One would only silently support it through actions, leaving room for others. If Li Yanming directly objected like this, then he was not far from death. The emperor was also extremely disgusted with such a practice. It was a taboo for a subject to do so. Li Yanming gave a fist salute and bowed solemnly. He said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I'm just an old man. If I die, then so be it. However, I can't watch the Jing dynasty's momentum decline. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jing Shilai shook his head. I've made up my mind. Don't say anything else. We'll do as General Li suggested. Use me as bait to lure Chu Li here. Your Majesty, Ningzhe said in a low voice. Actually, there's another idea that can lure Chu Li here. Speak, Jing Shilai said. Ningzhe said, I heard that Chu Li values relationships the most. If we can kidnap his wives here, we won't have to worry about Chu Li not coming. Jing Shilai nodded slowly. This is a good idea. However, it won't be easy. Chu Li will definitely be on guard against this. We won't be able to break into Goddess Attraction Mountain. The battle at Goddess Attraction Mountain had made Chu Li famous. However, what was more powerful was the golden dragons on Goddess Attraction Mountain. With the protection of 2 golden dragons, no one dared to go up and court death. Your Majesty, there's actually another person, Ningzhe said slowly. The Bishop of the Holy Church of Light. Bishop Sun? Jing Shilai's expression changed slightly. He was very curious about cult leader Sun, who always wore a white veil and did not show her true face to others. He also knew that she was extremely beautiful and had an extremely good relationship with Chu Li. However, she had also participated in the previous siege, and her grandmaster had died because of it. She had completely fallen out with Chu Li. Ningzhe said, If Bishop Sun is here, Chu Li will definitely come. If that's the case. Jing Shilai paced around with his hands behind his back. After some thought, he finally sat back on the dragon table. We can't afford to offend Bishop Sunday. Sun Mingyue's martial arts was tyrannical. She was one of the best among enlightened masters. He could not compare to her and was probably only below Chu Li. If he offended Sun Mingyue, she would be bound by the heavenly rules, but it would not be a problem for her to attack him. Ningzhe said, You can tell Bishop Sun directly. Let her lure Chu Li here. If she agrees, it means that she has nothing to do with Chu Li. If she doesn't agree, I'm afraid the two of them will still be together. You have to be careful. That makes sense. Jing Shilai patted the dragon table lightly and muttered, I can give it a try. Ningzhe, go to the Great Light Peak and deliver this letter for me. Also, pass this message to Bishop Sunday. Yes. Ningzhe smiled bitterly to himself. This was not a good job. One wrong move could result in a beating. Jing Shilai said, Bishop Sun has an extraordinary temperament. Don't worry, she won't act recklessly. Yes. Ningzhe nodded vigorously. Your Majesty, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Jing Shilai looked satisfied. Inside the Divine Light Basilica, the morning sun was reflected into the basilica by the snow-capped peak, shining with golden light. Ningzhe stood upright at the bottom of the steps with his head held high. He stared at Sun Mingyue's almond-shaped eyes and watched as she calmly read Jing Shilai's letter. He sighed to himself. She lived up to her reputation. Although Bishop Sun's face could not be seen, one could tell how beautiful she was just by looking at her figure and temperament. Every move she made was graceful and moving. After a while, Sun Mingyue put down the letter and glanced at Ningzhe. "You want me to be the bait to lure Chuli over?" "Yes." Ningzhe fist saluted and said, "Your Majesty discussed this with Bishop Sunday. This is the only way to deal with Chuli. It's better to use Jing Shilai as bait than me." Sun Mingyue said, "Chuli doesn't want to kill me now. It's Jing Shilai. Does he not have the guts to be the bait and come to me?" Chapter 1861. Sun Mingyue chuckled. Her voice was pleasant, but Ningzhe felt a chill down his spine. Sun Mingyue's almond-shaped eyes were as clear as spring water, as if they were not tainted by a speck of dust. Ningzhe could not help but lose himself in them. It would be such a blissful thing if he could keep looking at such beautiful eyes. At this moment, he was suddenly envious of Chuli. Which man in the world would not cherish such a woman? Even if she was not beautiful, her almond-shaped eyes were enough to make anyone fall head over heels for her. Yet, Chuli gave up on such a beautiful woman. He was not a man at all. Sun Mingyue calmly replied, "Chuli is a person who values friendship, but people like him tend to fall out with each other faster. Since I've fallen out with him, he only feels hatred for my betrayal. What friendship does he have?" "It's good that Chuli hates you," Ningzhe said. "The more Chuli is obsessed with hatred, the more he can't control himself. He'll pounce even though he knows it's bait." "Your Majesty is really scheming," Sun Mingyue said. "All right, I'll agree to it, but on one condition." "Please speak," Ningzhe said. Sun Mingyue said, "I heard the Jing dynasty has a blood dragon tree." "You must be mistaken." Ningzhe's expression changed, but he shook his head calmly. "What blood dragon tree? I've never heard of it. Do you really think the Jing dynasty can hide it from everyone?" Sun Mingyue said. "Without the blood dragon tree, would the Jing dynasty be where it is today? It's just that due to the heavenly rules, no one made a move. The enlightened master's item was still guaranteed. No one would snatch it or the world would be in chaos. If the Fu dynasty's Tang family did not snatch it, no one would ask for trouble." Ningzhe took a deep breath and shook his head. "Leader, we'll never give up on the blood dragon tree." The blood dragon tree was the Jing dynasty's secret. Almost everyone knew about it, but they could not hide it from the Holy Church of Light. Sun Mingyue sounded like everyone knew about it. This was a huge blow to him. Sun Mingyue said, "I'm not that greedy. I only need a branch of the blood dragon tree." "What do you need a branch for, leader?" Ningzhe asked curiously. "If Cult Master wants to use branches to grow a blood dragon tree, it's useless. Otherwise, Jing dynasty wouldn't only have one blood dragon tree. Then there's no need to worry about it." Sun Mingyue said lightly, "I only want a 2-meter-long branch. If you agree, I can be the bait. If you don't, then forget it." Ningzhe frowned at her. Sun Mingyue said, "You can go back and report to Jing Shilai and see if he agrees." Ningzhe cupped his fists helplessly. "Yes, I will report your conditions to His Majesty. Goodbye." Sun Mingyue nodded. Ningzhe was able to come here to deliver the letter because of his outstanding lightness skill. He arrived at the Jing barracks a day later and met Jing Shilai. Jing Shilai met him alone in the army tent. "Blood dragon tree?" Jing Shilai's expression turned cold as he scoffed. "Holy Church of Light. There are very few people in the Jing dynasty who know about the blood dragon tree." "How could he know?" Ningzhe hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it was definitely not me who revealed it. It seems like the Holy Church of Light is quite ambitious. Their infiltration of us is beyond imagination." Jing Shilai sneered. We've really underestimated them. Ningzhe secretly sighed in relief. The blood dragon tree was only known to the disciples of the royal family and only the core disciples. This was because the blood dragon tree would bear fruit once every 100 years. Eating a blood dragon fruit would allow one to reach innate mastery's boundary. If one's state of mind could keep up, one could even reach Grandmaster's boundary. Such a strange fruit was naturally very precious. It was strictly guarded. The location of the blood dragon tree was only known to the emperor. Ningzhe was able to know because he was the son of the princess. He was of royal blood and had excellent qualifications. That was why he was chosen to eat a blood dragon fruit. With the blood dragon tree, the Jing dynasty's masters were far more powerful than the other countries. That was why they had the ambition to conquer the world. For hundreds of years, they worked hard and kept a low profile. The country's power grew and their ambition grew. Your Majesty, do you agree? Ningzhe asked slowly. Yes. Jing Shilai sneered. I'd like to see how the Holy Church of Light is going to raise the blood dragon tree. The blood dragon tree needed a very harsh environment. Moreover, once the blood dragon tree's branches were separated from the trunk, they would wither within 3 days. There was no way to revive them. Moreover, it was useless even if the blood dragon tree's branches could be revived. They could not become blood dragon trees. Otherwise, they would have revived more blood dragon trees. One blood dragon tree could bear 20 fruit. In 100 years, it could produce 20 grandmasters. This was a very shocking number. However, if they could revive more blood dragon trees, 5 of them, they could produce 100 grandmasters in 100 years. It was a shocking number. Although the competition between countries depended more on the enlightened masters and the grandmasters were not the deciding factor, quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. The more grandmasters there were, the more power they had. The enlightened masters could not attack the grandmasters at will. Therefore, the more grandmasters there were, the more power the country had. More importantly, there would be more grandmasters, and the competition would be more intense. The grandmasters would become more powerful, and the imperial emperor who was chosen would also become more powerful. The Fu dynasty was able to dominate the world. Firstly, the enlightened masters were powerful. The Fu dynasty's Tang family was the strongest among the one emperor, and the goddess Attraction Mountain was the strongest among the imperial emperors. Secondly, there were many grandmasters. Sun Mingyue must have wanted the branch of the blood dragon tree to grow a living blood dragon tree. This was a waste of effort. It was impossible to grow a living blood dragon tree. The environment it required was too harsh. Even within the 100,000 mountains, it was rare to see a blood dragon tree. Therefore, it was not a big deal to agree to her request. It was hard to say if Sun Mingyue and Chu Li had a falling out. If Chu Li fell for it, it meant that they had a falling out. If he did not fall for it, she might be the one who told him. They must be in cahoots. Chu Li sat in Juyuan Valley and cultivated. The heart technique of the black tortoise shield was simple. It relied on spiritual energy. If there was enough soul energy, the cultivation speed would be very fast. His 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 100 days of cultivation for others. His speed was far faster than Dong Guangyi's. The black tortoise shield was quickly cultivated to the first level. He combined it with the supreme indestructible body of Vajra and realized that the two did not repel each other. This made him overjoyed. The inner energy of the supreme scripture of Vajra was refined and pure. It was extremely overbearing and suppressed all other inner energy. The black tortoise shield and the supreme scripture of Vajra coexisted. This was a pleasant surprise. Chu Li's original plan was to circulate both at the same time. When the supreme indestructible body of Vajra was destroyed, he would circulate the black tortoise shield again. It was like building 2 dams. Now that the two were circulating at the same time, it was equivalent to building a tall dam. His defense ability was multiplied. With this defense, he could go anywhere in the world. Endless pride rose in his heart, but he was not in a hurry to leave the valley. He continued to circulate and push the black tortoise shield to the 9th level in one breath. Even though his progress in the later stages was slow, he was still unwavering. Moreover, with the little critter's help, every time it inhaled and exhaled, the mystic tortoise's shield divine technique would advance by a notch. At the crucial moment, it could make a breakthrough by exhaling a breath, and then continue to advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 1862. Chu was startled and could not help but laugh. Is something happening in the Jing dynasty again? He was secretly annoyed. He had already predicted that the Zheng dynasty was not being honest and wanted to provoke them again. Now, he wanted to teach them a lesson. Sun Mingyue nodded, her white robe fluttering like snow. They're going to ambush you and use me as bait to lure you into the military formation. Military formation? Chu shook his head and laughed. No matter how stupid I am, I won't go into the military formation, right? If Jing Shilai is in the formation, do you dare to go in? Sun Mingyue asked. Chu frowned. If Jing Shilai is here, I'll give it a try. Jing Shilai is likely to be the bait. Based on his character, he's likely to be the bait with me. I don't believe you won't take the bait. Sun Mingyue said. Can you resist the temptation? Chu thought about it and smiled. I really can't. He then sighed and shook his head. I'm speechless to see such an open scheme. I'm impressed. If he really dares to be the bait, I'll take the bait. Sun Mingyue frowned. Chu said, I'm confident. In the military formation, spiritual energy will be cut off. Inner energy alone won't be able to support much. Sun Mingyue said, Don't you know that? Chu smiled. Of course. If that's the case, you still dare to go in. I'll kill another emperor. I'd like to see how many emperors the Zheng dynasty has to kill. Chu chuckled. It's not impossible to fight against the world alone. You're just asking for trouble, Sun Mingyue said. Chu shook his head. Let's wait and see. The Jing dynasty has a blood dragon tree. It bears a blood dragon fruit every 100 years. After eating it, one can become a grandmaster through a special method. Sun Mingyue said, I know you have a special ability with spirit herbs. You might be able to revive them. I'll ask Jing Shilai for a blood dragon branch. It's up to you. Blood dragon tree? Chu was surprised. There's a blood dragon tree outside the 100,000 hills? It was said that the blood dragon tree was a tree formed from the death of a golden dragon. It contained the essence of the golden dragon's blood, and it also had the special characteristics of the golden dragon. It could absorb the essence of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to form the blood dragon fruit, which had the effect of remolding one's body. Not only that, it could also rapidly raise one's cultivation. He had thought that it was only a legendary item. Even if it existed, it would only be in the 100,000 mountains and would not appear outside the 100,000 mountains. He did not expect the Jing dynasty to have this tree. What concerned him even more was that he did not manage to find out about it. It seemed like the secret guardian's hall was still too far behind the Holy Church of Light. I think Jing Shilai will agree to it. You can see if it's true when the time comes, Sun Mingyue said. Chu nodded and said, Looks like I'll have to return to my identity as Zhao Dave. I'll follow you and have a look. All right. Sun Mingyue nodded lightly. She looked dazed for a moment. At the mention of Zhao Dave, she felt a sense of familiarity and distance. It had not been a long time since they last met, but it felt like 100 years had passed. It was both strange and familiar at the same time. Chu smiled. Give me a moment. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared after a while. He had already changed into a green robe and his face had changed to Zhao Dai's. Although he was not as ugly as before, he was still not handsome. Sun Mingyue felt a sense of familiarity when she looked at his face. She shook her head and said, "You have to restrain your power." Chu Li shook his head. "It's not good to be too weak. Announce to the public that Zhao Dai is in isolated cultivation. Since he's in isolated cultivation, based on his talent, his martial arts will naturally improve greatly. It's good that he has reached this stage. If he's any weaker, he won't be qualified to stand by your side." "Alright, it's up to you." Sun Mingyue nodded lightly. Chu Li appeared in the Divine Light Basilica. As soon as he appeared, Du Ying, who was at the entrance of the basilica, widened her eyes in shock and looked at him in a daze. Chu Li smiled and fist saluted. "Senior Sister Du, it's been a while." Du Ying regained her senses and quickly said, "Priest Zhao, you've come out of isolated cultivation?" Chu Li nodded. "If I didn't come out, the bishop was going to expel me from the holy church." Du Ying pursed her lips and chuckled. She looked at Sun Mingyue and quickly shut her mouth. She nodded and retreated, but her footsteps were a little joyful. Li Meng looked at Chu Li in surprise and sized him up. She had heard many times about Zhao Dai's legendary experience as Priest Zhao. It was said that he was a genius who was second only to the bishop in the Holy Church of Light. She had always been curious and finally she had met him in person. She was a little disappointed. At his age, even if he had a lot of experience, it was inevitable that he would be more concerned about his appearance. Everyone said that he was ugly, but he was actually more ugly than that. He could be considered ugly. Chu Li also looked at her and nodded. During this period of time, she had made a lot of progress. It seemed that she had been cultivating very hard and was in a period of rapid progress. She would only slow down after a while. "Priest Zhao, I've heard a lot about you." Li Meng fist saluted. Chu Li smiled. "You're welcome, young bishop. I don't dare to address you as young bishop." Li Meng quickly waved her hand. Chu Li smiled. "The bishop's disciple is, of course, the young bishop. You're the future bishop, but you haven't reached the Grand Master's boundary yet, so you can't become the saint. Still, it's a piece of cake for you." "You flatter me." Li Meng waved her hand. She became wary of Chu Li. As the saying went, those who were unaccountably solicitous were hiding evil intentions. He must be up to no good if he was complimenting her as soon as they met. She had to be careful of him. Chu Li saw through her thoughts and nodded to himself. Li Meng's original innocence had faded away. She had become more scheming and shrewd. To ordinary people, this was not a good thing. It meant that the beauty of the heart had faded away. Instead, they were staring at the ugliness of human nature. From then on, the world would no longer be beautiful, only ugly. This was a little cruel to Li Meng, but she had no choice. This was the price that the saint and bishop had to pay. If she could still maintain her innocence under such circumstances and adjust herself with a beautiful heart, then she would be considered a true talent. Sun Mingyue said, "Meng I won't lie to you. Priest Zhao is Chu Li in disguise." Master's Junior Chu?" Li Meng's eyes widened. Chu Li smiled. "Why should I tell her? If I don't tell her, aren't you afraid that she'll rebel?" Sun Mingyue glared at him. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. "I'll hide it for a while. It'll be more interesting to tell her at the end." "Master's Junior Chu, how did you become like this?" Li Meng rolled her eyes at him and asked curiously, "What martial art is this? Oh, could it be the famous heavenly demonic power?" Chu Li turned to Sun Mingyue and said, "Li Meng has improved a lot." Sun Mingyue said, "If you can't even guess this, won't your efforts be in vain?" Li Meng said proudly, "It's all thanks to Master and Master's Junior Chu's guidance." She had only guessed it after a flash of inspiration. Zhao Dai's identity was flawless. No one in the church knew about it. There were also many extraordinary people in the church, so they could not find out that Zhao Dai was a fake. Naturally, it was not an ordinary disguise technique. In this way, the most powerful disguise technique in the world was the heavenly demonic power. She had guessed it right in one go. Meng don't expose yourself, Sun Mingyue said. Li Meng said, don't worry, master. Go then. I'll go out with your master's junior Chu. If there's anything in the church, you can handle it as you see fit, Sun Mingyue said. If there's anything you can't handle, stay here and wait for my return. Chapter 1863. Chu Li and Sun Mingyue disappeared from the Divine Light Basilica and reappeared outside the Zheng dynasty's military camp. As soon as they appeared, Zheng Shilai came out to greet them. His bright yellow gown fluttered in the wind, and he looked carefree and unrestrained. He was different from the usual emperor's demeanor and looked more like a man of leisure. Zheng Shilai fist saluted and laughed. Chief Sun, I've kept you waiting. Sun Mingyue covered her face with a white veil and said, You're welcome, your majesty. May I know where the blood dragon tree branch is? Hee. Zheng Shilai shook his head and laughed. I won't go back on my words. Don't worry, that thing will be here soon. I hope you can keep it a secret. After all, it's not good to let outsiders know about the blood dragon tree. Sun Mingyue nodded. Of course. Chief, please. Zheng Shilai extended his hand. Let's talk in the tent. Sun Mingyue said, Your Majesty, you're not trying to catch me, are you? Haha, you're joking, Chief. Zheng Shilai laughed and shook his head. I'm not the kind of person who would plot against an ally. Sun Mingyue nodded. I'm not a good ally to use me as bait. Haha, I'll accompany you as bait. Am I sincere enough? Your Majesty is coming too? Sun Mingyue shook her head. Your Majesty, I advise you not to take the risk. Once Chu Li appears, he'll take your life before the ambushers arrive. One move from him is enough. I can't even block one move. Zheng Shilai asked in disbelief. Sun Mingyue said, Your Majesty might not know Chu Li well and didn't ask about his past deeds. He usually kills with one move. If he can't kill with one move, he usually doesn't kill. Is there such a thing? Zheng Shilai shook his head. I really don't understand. Sun Mingyue said, That's why your Majesty should think twice. Don't put your life on the line. Chu Li's sword is merciless. Aren't you afraid, Chief Sun? Zheng Shilai forced a smile. He felt guilty after hearing Sun Mingyue's words. Although he was not afraid of death, he was not willing to die just because he had become the emperor. Previously, he did not care about the position of emperor. He had been forced to become the emperor by his elder brother. However, after he became the emperor, he realized that it was not as bad as it seemed. Everything had changed. His words were as good as gold and as good as jade. He only needed to give an order and someone would carry it out. He did not need to put in any effort at all. It was truly more worrisome than being Prince Xiaoyao. After he became the emperor, he found that the officials did not oppose him as strongly as he had imagined. Instead, they were very cooperative with him. This made him less worried, so he wanted to enjoy himself more. If what Sun Mingyue said was true, that Chu Li could kill him with one slash, then he would have to think it through carefully. His gaze suddenly came into contact with Sun Mingyue's clear eyes. Her seemingly smiling eyes seemed to reveal a sense of mockery and disdain. Although it disappeared in a flash, he acutely caught it and instantly became angry. As the ruler of a country, he could find any beautiful woman, but he could not find a woman with a status like Sun Mingyue. Moreover, it was rare to find a beauty like her, so he had always looked at Sun Mingyue in a different light. However, today, the woman whom he had always looked at in a different light looked down on him. He felt extremely angry. He was not only dissatisfied with Sun Mingyue's arrogance, but also dissatisfied with his own guilty conscience and cowardice. He said in a low voice, Then I'd like to see Chu Li's skills. Sun Mingyue shook her head. Your Majesty, you're courting death. I heard that the relationship between you and Chu Li is very deep, Zheng Shilai said with a faint smile. We can be considered close friends. Sun Mingyue nodded. Chu Li is an extremely intelligent person. He's a great friend. Unfortunately, the world makes fools of people. In the end, I won't have any friends. Her tone was indifferent, but Jing Shilai's heart inexplicably softened. His anger was reduced by half. He could feel that it was lonely at the top, especially when Sun Mingyue was a woman. It was even more difficult. Chu Li coughed. Bishop. This is my church's priest, Zhao Dave. Sun Mingyue seemed to have just remembered him. She said to Jing Shilai, he's responsible for sending the draconic branches back. Bishop Sun, do you really want to try to plant the draconic trees? Jing Shilai asked. Sun Mingyue nodded. I do have that intention. Bishop Sun, do you know the harsh environment in which the draconic trees grow? Jing Shilai shook his head. It's not that I'm looking down on the Holy Church of Light, but the draconic trees are too provocative. It's very difficult to grow them. I advise you not to waste your efforts. How can I be satisfied if I don't try? Sun Mingyue said. Fine, then you can try. I can make the decision to give you 2 branches. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sun Mingyue did not stand on ceremony. Jing Shilai said, let's enter the main tent. I'll go get the draconic branches right away. All right. Sun Mingyue nodded slowly. The 3 of them entered the main tent. Suddenly, a dense aura rushed towards them. The pressure also followed. It was as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Gusts of cold air were like needles pricking them. If they relaxed even a little, they would be suppressed. Sun Mingyue squinted her bright eyes and remained silent. Through this dense aura, which was also the power of the military formation, one could tell the strength of the army. The stronger the army, the stronger the aura and the power of the military formation. She could clearly feel that the Jing dynasty's army was more powerful than the Li dynasty's cavalry. Chu Li, who was Zhao Dave, chuckled. The Jing dynasty's army lives up to its reputation. Jing Shilai smiled proudly. The Jing dynasty has always pursued elite soldiers. One can fight against 10. It's not the number of soldiers that matters, but the quality. It's extraordinary indeed. Chu Li praised. Jing Shilai asked, how is it compared to the Li dynasty? The Li dynasty's cavalry is slightly inferior, Chu Li said slowly. However, the Li dynasty's imperial guards are superior. Your Majesty, if you have the chance, you should go and see the Li dynasty's imperial guards. Then I must see them. Jing Shilai was not convinced. After the 3 of them entered the main tent, they moved at an incredible speed. They arrived at a tent like 3 gusts of wind. Jing Shilai invited the 2 of them in and suddenly disappeared. Chu Li squinted his eyes, trying to find out where Jing Shilai went, but realized that he could not sense it. The place he went to was strange and blocked his senses. He took the opportunity to observe his surroundings with the omniscient mirror. Under the omniscient mirror, he could clearly see the inauspicious energy above and around the military formation. It was blood-red and as thick as fresh blood. Chu Li felt as if he was walking in blood as his surroundings surged with a sticky feeling. He frowned. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable and made him want to vomit. Sun Mingyue turned to look at him. Chu Li understood her gaze. She wanted him to take the opportunity to see the situation clearly so that he would not barge in blindly and find a way out. Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingyue did not say anything else. She closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on a low couch, motionless as if she was meditating. Chu Li did the same and sat cross-legged on another low couch. The omniscient mirror observed his surroundings and searched for the mystery of this military formation. At the same time, he combined the omniscient mirror with the heavenly star insight skill and tried his best to deduce the flaws of the military formation. However, all formations had doors of life and death. Where there was life, there was death, and where there was death, there was life. Therefore, no matter how powerful a formation was, there would always be a flaw that would leave a way out. Chu Li suddenly smiled and nodded slowly. The combination of the omniscient mirror and the heavenly star insight skill was indeed amazing. They really deduced where the door of life of this military formation was. Chapter 1864. The inside of the tent was completely silent. Shouts could be faintly heard from outside, and killing intent soared into the heavens. It was clear that the soldiers in the army were training. They all contained a powerful blood energy and baleful aura, causing the power of this formation to rise to another level. Military formations were at their strongest during battles. Once two armies faced off against each other, the power of military formations would be astonishing. Unfortunately, military formations could not be maintained for long. After a single strike, they would often disperse and fight separately or form smaller formations. When the soldiers were training, the power of military formations was also very strong, stronger than when the soldiers were resting at night. After a while, footsteps were heard. Jing Shilai strode in, followed by a skinny middle-aged man. It was Ningzhe. Ningzhe entered the tent and bowed, holding a long wooden box under his left arm. "Leader's son, Priest Zhao, please take a look. This is the dragon blood branch." Jing Shilai smiled and pointed at the wooden box. Ningzhe came to Sun Mingyue, not daring to look into her clear and charming eyes. He lowered his head and opened the wooden box. There were 2 withered branches in the box. They were strong and thin, as if they were cast from iron. They were bright red, as if they were painted with cinnabar, redder than blood. There were no branches or leaves on them, and there were faint flashes of scales on the branches. They seemed to be dragon scales. "This is the dragon blood branch?" Sun Mingyue glanced at him. "Your Majesty won't try to fool me with a fake branch, because I've never seen the dragon blood branch, right?" "Don't worry, leader." Jing Shilai quickly waved his hand and smiled. "I'm not that kind of person." "I hope not." Sun Mingyue did not deny it and looked at Chuli. Chuli nodded and took 2 steps forward to Ningzhe. He reached out and took the wooden box. Ningzhe stared at the withered branches in the wooden box reluctantly and said, "They will wither in 3 days." "Understood." Chuli nodded. He activated the life and death scripture. Although there was no spiritual energy around him, his inner energy could be converted into spiritual energy. This was the beauty of the life and death scripture. Spiritual energy and inner energy could be converted into one. After the spiritual energy entered the 2 withered branches, Chu Li's expression changed. He turned to look at Ningzhe, who looked reluctant, and then at Jing Shilai, who was smiling. "What happened?" Sun Mingyue asked. Chu Li took the wooden box forward and returned it to Ningzhe. Ningzhe was stunned and subconsciously reached out to take it. Chu Li turned his head and fist saluted. With a straight face, he said, reporting to Bishop, "These 2 branches are already dead. They've withered completely and there's no sign of life." Sun Mingyue's jade-like face was covered by a white veil, so no one could see the changes in her expression. However, one could see that her phoenix-like eyes were flickering and slowly solidifying. Her spotless snow-white gown fluttered lightly, as if she was in a strong gale. Jing Shilai hurriedly said, "Cult Master Sun." Sun Mingyue's phoenix eyes slowly narrowed as she glanced at Jing Shilai. "Your Majesty, you've really disappointed me. There must be a mistake." Jing Shilai hurriedly said, "I've already given the order, and they won't dare to disobey. Even if it's a blood dragon tree, this holy King Zhao, the branches of the blood dragon tree look like this. Not just the branches, but the entire blood dragon tree looks like this. It looks bare and has no leaves, only the trunk. And it doesn't look like a living thing, more like a fake tree forged from iron." Chu Li chuckled and said nothing. Sun Mingyue lightly said, "To tell you the truth, Your Majesty, Holy King Zhao is famous for his superb martial arts in the church. In fact, he's not best at martial arts but the art of planting spirit herbs. He's extremely talented in planting spirit herbs and is very sensitive to spiritual energy. With just a touch, He can feel the vitality of spirit herbs, whether it's strong or weak. There's such a talent? Jing Shilai curiously looked at Chu Li. Sun Mingyue said, if not, I wouldn't have asked for the blood dragon tree branch. I see. Jing Shilai smiled. It seems that Bishop thinks that this holy King Zhao can keep the blood dragon tree branch alive and plant it into a blood dragon tree. How do you know if you don't try? Sun Mingyue lightly said. Xiao Ning, what's wrong with you? Jing Shilai's face immediately darkened and he coldly said like a block of ice, how dare you lie to me? Do you think that just because I can't tell if it's dead or alive you can deceive me? Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Ningzhe hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed hard. He lowered his voice and said, the blood dragon tree is precious, but Bishop Sun and the others are just wasting their efforts and wasting the blood dragon tree branch. That's why I acted on my own and used 2 dead tree branches. If they don't know whether they're dead or alive, there's no difference between taking the living and dead tree branches. What if they can tell whether it's alive or dead? Jing Shilai coldly laughed. Then I'll be embarrassed? Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I'm willing to accept my punishment. Ningzhe kowtowed again. Shut up. Jing Shilai waved his hand and said snappily, others will think that we're playing a trick. Sun Mingyue's bright eyes looked at him with a faint smile. Jing Shilai knew that Sun Mingyue saw through him and said awkwardly, Bishop Sun, I'm really not strict enough with my subordinate. I'm sorry. You didn't encounter such a thing, did you? He's also loyal. You don't have to say much. Just take it alive, Sun Mingyue lightly said. I'm ashamed that you're so broad-minded, Bishop Sun. Jing Shilai shook his head and sighed. He then shouted, hurry up and get up. Go get the live blood dragon branch. Yes. Ningzhe quickly got up and picked up the wooden box to leave. Chu Li raised his hand. Wait. Ningzhe paused and looked at Chu Li in confusion. Chu Li said, since it's a dead branch, it's useless for all of you to keep it. That's why you took it out. Then leave these 2 dead branches as well. Consider it as a supplement. If it's really a live branch next time, we won't be so calculative. Ningzhe looked at Jing Shilai. Jing Shilai nodded and smiled. Alright, it's just 2 dead branches. It's fine as long as Priest Zhao doesn't spread it. Of course. Chu Li smiled. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We have to keep it a secret too. We don't want outsiders to know. Yes. Jing Shilai laughed. This is our common secret. Hurry up and get lost. Ningzhe passed the wooden box to Chu Li. He gave a fist salute and turned around to leave. Chu Li opened the wooden box and looked at the blood dragon branch. Priest Zhao, what do you want this dead branch for? Jing Shilai smiled. No matter how precious the blood dragon tree is, this dead branch is worthless. It's not hard and has no other use. It's no different from an ordinary branch. The Zheng dynasty imperial family had a deep understanding of the blood dragon tree. Naturally, they had a deep understanding of the blood dragon tree as well. The wood was brittle and soft. It was completely different from when it was alive. When it was alive, it was harder than steel and could not be hurt by swords. They had also tried various methods, such as grinding it into powder to drink, grinding it into powder to be refined into pills, boiling it into potions, and many other methods. In the end, they concluded that once it withered, it would be useless and ignored it. Chu Li said, actually, it's useless, but I want to compare a dead branch with a live one. I want to see if there are any cultivation clues and cultivation method. Your Majesty won't tell you, right? Haha, about that, the ancestors have forbidden me. I can't tell you. Jing Shilai shook his head and laughed. Chu Li smiled. If I were to guess, you'll use dragon blood? Jing Shilai was stunned. He then laughed. Priest Zhao is really interesting. The Zheng dynasty isn't Goddess Attraction Mountain. There are no dragons. Chu Li could tell from Jing Shilai's expression that it was not dragon blood. Chapter 1865. He initially thought that since there was such a legend about the blood dragon tree, dragon blood was the most important thing to it. To others, dragons were a distant legend. They could not see them with their own eyes. Even if they could see them on Goddess Attraction Mountain, it was impossible for them to get close to them. It was even more impossible for them to obtain dragon blood. Finding a dragon in the 100,000 mountains was even more difficult. Since dragons usually lived high above the clouds, they could not be seen by the naked eye. However, dragon blood was very easy for him. It was not difficult to convince the purple dragon to give him some blood. Unfortunately, it was not dragon blood, which would be troublesome. He had scanned Ningzai's mind before and did not find the method to cultivate the blood dragon tree. Only one person in history knew the method, and that was the enlightened master. Now, the enlightened master was right in front of him, but he had a rare item that suppressed the omniscient mirror's prying. Didn't they say that the blood dragon tree was formed by watering it with dragon blood? Chu smiled. Could the legend be fake? It's a mix of truth and falsehood. Zheng Shilai smiled and said, Who knows? It was such a long time ago. It is hard to avoid exaggeration and exaggeration. It would be good if 10% of it was true. Or even less than 10% was made up by someone with ulterior motive. Chu Li's omniscient mirror and heavenly star insight spun rapidly in his mind. Ideas emerged one by one and were quickly extinguished. After a while, he said thoughtfully, If it's not dragon blood, could it be something else? Zheng Shilai's smile froze, then he shook his head. Well, I really can't say. Chu Li immediately determined that it was blood. However, it was not dragon blood. Could it be human blood? His mind quickly deduced, but he could not come up with a conclusion. Footsteps were heard as Ningzai strode in. He lifted the curtain and came in with another wooden box, presenting it to Chu Li. Priest Zhao, please take a look. Chu Li put down the previous wooden box and opened the new one. Immediately, 2 dry branches that were no different from the previous one appeared in front of him. Chu Li did not need to circulate his spiritual energy. The life and death scripture could instinctively feel the spiritual energy rushing toward him. It was full of vitality. Good, this is a living one. Chu Li was all smiles as he accepted the wooden box. His inner energy turned into spiritual energy and seeped into it. He sensed the spiritual energy from the blood dragon tree and discovered that it was unusually pure. Moreover, it carried a unique corrosive intent. Upon sensing his spiritual qi, the blood dragon tree's spiritual qi was like a hungry wolf that had seen flesh and blood. It pounced over with all its might and devoured the spiritual qi in a single gulp before continuing to invade his body, wanting to devour him completely. Chu Li was stunned. He frowned and pondered. As soon as his spiritual qi was cut off, the corrosive intent immediately retreated. It was clear that the blood dragon tree was an extremely aggressive species, and it was almost impossible for any spiritual herbs to survive in its surroundings. It was the only one that could dominate the area. He frowned because the life force and spiritual qi of this blood dragon tree were like water without a source. Although it was strong and scorching, it was weak. Moreover, after devouring his spiritual qi, it could not be converted into life force. Life force and spiritual qi should be one with spiritual herbs, but they were not applicable to the blood dragon tree. Life force was life force, and spiritual qi was spiritual qi. The spiritual qi was strong, but the life force was rapidly diminishing. Chu Li estimated that he could only last for 2 days. Sun Mingyue looked at Chu Li. Zheng Shilai smiled. Why, Priest Zhao, is there something wrong? Could it be that it's fake this time? He cast a cold gaze at Ningzai. Ningzai hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I dare not mess around this time. It's definitely real. I don't think you dare mess around. Zheng Shilai scoffed and looked at Chu Li. Chu Li sighed. If it's real, I'll take my leave. Sun Mingyue said, I'll go with you. Bishop, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We still have things to discuss. Zheng Shilai chuckled. Are you going to go back on your word now that you've obtained the blood dragon tree? Sun Mingyue looked at him coldly. Haha, I'm just joking. Zheng Shilai smiled and waved his hand. Don't mind me, Bishop Sunday. I know that you're a man of your word. You'll never go back on your word. All right, I'll stay. Sun Mingyue scoffed. Zheng Shilai smiled. Then I'll welcome you with open arms. Please wait for a moment, Bishop. I'll personally send Priest Zhao out of the camp, or he won't be able to leave. Please, Sun Mingyue said. Zheng Shilai fist saluted and walked out. Priest Zhao, you must hurry up. 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye. Zhao Dave, who was Chu Li, calmly said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I won't let them die. I'll definitely find a way to save them. Ha! Zheng Shilai laughed. That's great. Zheng Shilai and Chu Li moved quickly. Ning Zhe followed closely behind them. After sending Chu Li out of the camp, Zheng Shilai watched as his silhouette gradually disappeared. He shook his head. His light body technique is really good. He'll be able to return to Great Light Peak in less than 3 days. Your Majesty, should we? Ning Zhe raised his hand. Zheng Shilai shook his head. No, unless we fall out with the Holy Church of Light. It's not good to do that. Ning Zhe said, Are we just going to let them have it so easily? What do you think? Zheng Shilai chuckled. If Bishop Sun stays, is Zhao Dai an enlightened master? He won't be able to do anything. Your Majesty, should we? Ning Zhe thought. Inform Black Tortoise Mountain? Zheng Shilai was about to shake his head but stop. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble and let more people know about the Blood Dragon Tree. However, he immediately realized that since the Holy Church of Light knew about the Blood Dragon Tree and Black Tortoise Mountain was right in front of them, he would be lying to himself if he said he did not know. Before this, he thought the Zheng dynasty imperial family kept it a secret. Now, it seemed that it was not as secretive as he thought. Black Tortoise Mountain was so well behaved. Even if they knew about it, they would not dare to act recklessly and pretended not to know about it. If the news got out, Black Tortoise Mountain would probably snatch the Blood Dragon Tree branch at all costs. Since he was the only one who knew about the cultivation method of the Blood Dragon Tree, it would be useless no matter how powerful Black Tortoise Mountain was. If Black Tortoise Mountain and the Holy Church of Light fought, it would prevent them from joining forces. As the Emperor, his considerations were not limited to the present. If he killed Chu Li through the military formation, Dong Guangyi would probably become the strongest enlightened master. If the Holy Church of Light and Black Tortoise Mountain joined forces, the Zheng dynasty imperial family would have to submit to Black Tortoise Mountain. However, releasing the news to Black Tortoise Mountain might also offend Sun Mingyue. The Holy Church of Light might fall out and leave the alliance. Even the Li dynasty would leave. However, by then, Chu Li would be dead. Even if the Holy Church of Light fell out with him, they would not join forces with the Black Tortoise Mountain. He was not afraid because the Zheng dynasty wanted to conquer the world and would have to face the Li dynasty sooner or later. Moreover, the Zheng dynasty's power was enough to conquer the Ji dynasty. If the Li dynasty joined forces with him, it would be impossible for them to join forces with the Ji dynasty. There would be no more obstacles in conquering the Ji dynasty. The only worry was the Fu dynasty. Although Chu Li killed 2 emperors in a row and greatly damaged the Fu dynasty's vitality, they had not done anything so far. This was abnormal. The Fu dynasty could not just watch as the Zheng dynasty grew stronger. He had been carefully probing around and cautiously guarding against the Fu dynasty's attack. Chapter 1866. Your Majesty? Ning Zhe's voice interrupted his thoughts. Zheng Shilai pondered and nodded slowly. All right, pass the news to Black Tortoise Mountain. Be discreet and don't expose any flaws. Yes. Ning Zhe nodded excitedly. There are spies from Black Tortoise Mountain in the army. I just need to expose some flaws and they will investigate themselves. By then, they won't be able to track us down. Very good. Zheng Shilai nodded and showed a look of approval. You've been wrong this time. Ning Zhe quickly said, Your Majesty, why do you say that? I don't deserve it. Go. Zheng Shilai waved his hand in satisfaction. Ning Zhe bowed deeply and left. Zheng Shilai returned to the military tent. Sun Mingyue was already sitting cross-legged on the bed. Seeing him enter, she glanced at him and said, Start spreading the news now. I think Chu Li will be here soon. You think Chu Li will definitely come? Zheng Shilai asked. Sun Mingyue nodded. According to my understanding of him, he will definitely come. If he really wants to kill you, why not just go to Divine Light Basilica? He knows this is a trap. Will he still come? Zheng Shilai smiled. If I don't come, he might not go to Divine Light Basilica to kill me. Sun Mingyue said faintly. He is not a narrow-minded person. He is broad-minded. Even if I betrayed him, he would not kill me immediately. But now that I have helped His Majesty set up this trap, he will want to kill me. It seems like Leader Sun still has feelings for Chu Li. Zheng Shilai shook his head. Sun Mingyue said, It doesn't matter anymore. Now we can only meet in life and death. This is how the world is. As enlightened masters, we can't be free. Chu Li is free. Zheng Shilai scoffed. He thought of Chu Li killing grandmasters and could not help but feel jealous. As enlightened masters, they had to follow the rules, but Chu Li could do whatever he wanted without scruples. It was too unfair. Unfortunately, there was no way to reason this out. The grandmasters would not give you a chance to speak. Sun Mingyue said, Who can be truly free? With Chu Li's martial arts, isn't it the same? How can that be the same? He chose to be where he is now. He wasn't forced. Zheng Shilai shook his head. He's different from us. It's the same. Sun Mingyue shook her head and said, Actually, he didn't want to fight. Why should he take the risk at this point? But his conscience was uneasy, so he could only brace himself and stand out. Who asked him to be the #1 master in the world? He can't just watch the people of the great Ji dynasty suffer. Even if he's the #1 master in the world, he doesn't have the heart to be the #1 master in the world. He can't treat the people like dogs, and he'll never be able to live in peace. Zheng Shilai laughed out loud and was very proud of himself. As an emperor, he needed to love his people. However, this love was not out of pity but out of interest. In his eyes, the people were like cattle and sheep. They were just property. He would feel heartache if they were lost, but he would not think for the people. Chu Li's martial arts was high, but he was soft-hearted. He was destined to be a tragedy. His final ending would be unspeakably tragic. Sun Mingyue glanced at him and said nothing. If Chu Li had a cold and hard heart, she would have cut off everything a long time ago. Zheng Shilai was overjoyed and laughed for a while. Then, he slowly stopped smiling. This is the soft-heartedness of a woman. It's really laughable when it comes to the #1 master in the world. Sun Mingyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. She could not bear to hear others speak ill of Chu Li. However, Zheng Shilai thought that she was angry because of those words. He quickly smiled and said, Bishop, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to look down on women. Your Majesty, why do you have to say one thing and mean another? Sun Mingyue calmly said, Let's talk about the Blood Dragon Tree. Will Priest Zhao be able to return to the Great Light Peak safely? Oh, what do you mean, Bishop? Zheng Shilai was stunned. Sun Mingyue said, You won't deliberately leak the news and have someone kill Priest Zhao, will you? Of course not. Zheng Shilai firmly denied. What kind of person do you think I am? I hope so, Sun Mingyue said. In that case, it's better for you to be careful, Your Majesty. You should leave quickly and not wait for Chu Li. Bishop, I've decided to wait for him with you, Jing Shilai said in a low voice. Sun Mingyue looked at him in surprise. She could see that Jing Shilai was guilty and timid. As an emperor, how could he not care about his life? Even if he could ascend to the outland after his death, it would not be as comfortable there as it was here. No matter how restricted he was still the emperor and supreme. As long as Chu Li enters, Jing Shilai said, I'll be able to kill Chu Li. Sun Mingyue said thoughtfully, It seems that your majesty has another special skill. That's right. Jing Shilai chuckled. I won't hide it from you, Bishop. I've cultivated a mystical technique. As long as Chu Li enters the formation and cuts off his connection with spiritual energy, I can use this mystical technique to kill Chu Li. His swordsmanship is the best, Sun Mingyue said. Jing Shilai smiled and pulled his yellow robe, revealing the faintly glowing clothing underneath. He said proudly, No matter how good his swordsmanship is or how sharp his sky regicide is, he won't be able to break my treasured clothing. This is a treasured clothing obtained from the outland. Sun Mingyue asked, What about your neck? Jing Shilai extended his arm to block and smiled. If I can't protect my neck, then I have nothing to say. To be honest, Bishop, my special skill can gather the power of the military formation. When Chu Li's martial arts is weakened, my martial arts will increase. When that time comes, He showed a proud expression. Sun Mingyue nodded lightly and was calm. She was inexplicably worried. Jing Shilai was so well prepared. If Chu Li really broke in, the outcome would be unpredictable. If it came down to it, the two of them could only work together to defeat Jing Shilai. However, Jing Shilai would not be the only one in the tent. She could not sense an ambush now, but she believed that there must be one. It was just that it was hidden very well. When Chu Li walked into a forest, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. He saw the thoughts in Ning Zai's mind and knew that he wanted to harm him. He decided to play with this group of people and spread Zhao Dai's name. Zhao Dai had not appeared for a while, and the people in the martial arts world had forgotten his name. It was time to spread his name again. It would be more advantageous in the future. However, compared to this, the dragon's blood tree was more important. He did not dare to delay and immediately returned to the island of the High Duke's public house. The place with the densest spiritual energy was his small courtyard. The existence of the Glories Will courtyard made the island's spiritual energy dense, and the small courtyard was the place with the highest concentration of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the characteristics of the dragon's blood tree determined that it could not be placed next to the Glory's Will tree. Otherwise, the dragon's blood tree might devour the Glory's Will tree and it would not be worth it. With the dragon's blood tree, the soaring grass, the dragon's blood fruit, and the soaring pill, in addition to the surpassing state, it would not be difficult to create a grandmaster. It was time to cultivate his own forces. He could not do things by himself all day long. His time would be spent fighting with his opponents, and he would not have the energy to pay attention to more important things. The dragon's blood tree was the key. He could not wait to grow it and then mature it into a dragon's blood fruit. Xueling's white clothes fluttered as she approached. She saw Chu Li holding 2 wooden boxes and reached out to take them. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.